We'd like to thank you for listening and invite you to listen to Moishe's other lectures and engagements. What follows is a lecture given by Moishe Postone on January 5th, 2017 in his Capital Seminar at the University of Chicago. This lecture covers early Marx.
Okay. Now, what I'd like to do is continue a project that I've been working on for a while, which is to intensively examine the fundamental core of Marx's mature social theory. I'll very briefly talk a little bit about the development of Marx's thought, but of course we're going to focus primarily on Capital as a foundational text of critical social theory. That is, certainly not as a positive science of economics, but as an attempt to formulate a critical and reflexive theory of social mediation, and I hope that these terms will become clear, that would be adequate to the character and dynamic of modern society. By critical, I mean not only a position that is critical of the existing distribution of wealth, power, and knowledge, and we've been hearing, oh, finally it's reached sort of the general media, but is critical with regard to the structuring nature of modern social life itself. The theory, as I'll try to make plausible to you, is one of the specificity of modern society. It seeks to ground, rather than simply describe, what is fundamental to modern social life in a set of historically specific social forms. This is within a tradition which is much stronger, of course, in Central Europe than in France or in the Anglo-Saxon world, of dealing with society in terms of forms. At the same time, this theory seeks to indicate the imminent possibility of the fundamental transformation of those forms. So what I'm suggesting is that the possibility of critique is not simply given by the idea of contingency. To say that, well, if it's contingent, it could be different. And as I'll try to elaborate, the idea of contingency within modern capitalism is a very tricky issue and is related to the question of the nature of the dynamic of capitalist society. Now, we're going to focus on the issue of dynamic in Marx, which doesn't seem to be the case if you read the first chapter of Capital and the chapter on fetishism, and that's it. Or you then read the Communist Manifesto, which sort of posits a dynamic and in no way explains it. Now, when I say that this is a theory of modern society, and I will return to this in the course of my remarks today, modern essentially is a descriptive term. Capital, as I hope to indicate to you, is a concept. Capital as a concept seeks to explain what the term modern only describes. One of the problems also is that the term modern, pre-modern, postmodern are extremely indeterminate. if you've ever read anything that tries to talk about postmodernism, and therefore implicitly at least modernism itself, sometimes you can get postmodern thinkers going back to the pre-Socratics. So, one of the things that I hope to render plausible to you, and we'll talk a little bit about why this might be a different approach than most understandings of Marx, is the idea that it attempts to ground a historical dynamic, not presuppose a historical dynamic. That it takes dynamic as a characterizing feature of modernity, not of human history as a whole, and seeks to explain it. The idea of dynamic, the existence of something that can be called a dynamic, the existence of something that on a certain logical level, displays a logic, necessarily implies a curtailment of human agency. Which is one of the things Marx criticizes. Usually, the issue of logic versus contingency or agency, usually those are framed in transhistorical terms. Is history logical? Is there a logic of history a la Hegel? Or is history essentially contingent and can only be grasped genealogically a la Nietzsche? What I'm going to suggest is that Marx, avant la lettre, reformulates the entire issue so that history as non-contingent is a feature of capitalism, not of human history. So the transhistorical, in a sense, this moves outside of the transhistorical debate. Now, obviously, this is also a theory of social transformation. Both social transformation as part and parcel of the logic of capital and the emergence within Marx's framework of the historical possibility of moving beyond capitalism, of a fundamental transformation. Now, the nature of the transformation is a function of the historical social context. The possibilities of transformation are different than the probability of transformation. Let me try to elaborate on that. For those of you who are somewhat familiar with some debates in Marxism, this is a move away. What I'm suggesting is a move away, or certainly a move prior to the question of the revolutionary subject. Which or what is the group that one can look at as the group that will drive the fundamental transformation of society? Of course, the classic revolutionary subject within Marxism is the proletariat. But beginning certainly in the 1960s, you have a range of theories that look to other revolutionary subjects. colonized peoples, for example. What I want to point out is that the prior question to who is going to change is what is being changed and in what direction. You know, for years, there were people who argued sort of sotto voce that the October Revolution, and we are, you know, approaching the 100th anniversary, and the Chinese Revolution, in a sense, although they called themselves Marxist, essentially contravened Marxism. Why? Because although in both cases a working class was involved, the working class was tiny. In Russia, it was decimated during the Civil War. It had been small. It got a lot smaller. And the major social actor were the peasants, not the proletariat. They were the peasants. So someone like Antonio Gramsci, the great Italian communist leader, said that the October Revolution was a revolution against Das Kapital, against that kind of theory. But if you move away from the question of who is the revolutionary subject and look at the historical, social, so-called material conditions, what happens after the revolutions? Let's say the peasants are the main social actors in both cases. Is what ensues a peasant republic? I mean, in both cases, what peasants wanted was land, was their own land, to get rid of the feudal nobility or the landlords. Is that what happened? Yes? No? Maybe? That was a question.
No.
No. What happened?
In Russia, you have like the NEP, and the peasants don't get their own land at all. Like it's an economic crime, right? To take
a little louder.
Sorry. For example, in Russia, there are different like kind of economic institutions, and it becomes, for example, an economic crime for peasants, right, to take their own food from the land as their own because it's not their private property, right? It's conceived of differently, so they don't really get to own their own land.
Okay, what happens instead?
They collectivize agriculture.
Why?
Well, the idea is that this will allow them to develop industry in the cities.
To develop industry, right? Basically, what you have is forced agricultural surplus in order to support a process of industrialization, which is called socialism. Right? And you'll notice that the rhetoric is really that socialism can effect what capitalism did faster and better. But if you read Marx, the idea of socialism is a historical possibility that's generated by capitalism that points beyond capitalism, is not something parallel to capitalism. That's something that I'll want to focus on. And in a sense, the focus I want to suggest on revolutionary subject, there are many deformations and distortions that go along with that. But certainly one is that the idea of determinate negation of something that goes beyond capitalism, in a sense, gets lost. And I will try to come back later when I talk about traditional Marxism to indicate at least some of the theoretical grounds for that. Now, when I said transformation, determinate negation, that's different than, for example, someone who studies other societies and says the way we have it here now is not the way it always was. Therefore, it could be different. Abstractly, that's correct. But that doesn't tell you anything about the possibility of a change. At all. I'm actually just kind of throwing a bunch of points at you because I don't have I haven't written out a formal lecture. But certainly one dimension is that if I say that my reading of Marx's self-understanding is as a theory of what many call modernity, you have to understand that in reading the categories of capital, they are not understood as economic categories by Marx. Marx is not a left-wing economist. What he calls the categories, he uses two German terms for it. One is Daseinsformen, forms of Dasein, forms of being in the world, and Existenzbestimmungen, determinations of the mode of existence. The categories that, and we will come to them like commodity, are not things. They're social forms of subjectivity and objectivity. And then another point that I want to make, and I will come back to this several times, is that the theory purports to be reflexive. What I mean by that is that Marx effects a theoretical turn whereby, given the assumption that humans are embedded socially, so is their thought, and that there is no theory that is completely independent of its historical context. None, including Marx's. Right? So, but what that means is the theory has to be able to account for the conditions of possibility of itself. Another point, and this is all very preliminary and just a series of points, both in Hegel and in Marx, practice is world-constituting activity. What you do not have is practice as opposed to structure, which of course is at the ground of structuralism, Lang and Pahol. Rather, practices constitute structures that are determinate of practices. The structures are constituted, they're not pre-given. So, the conception of practice is not simply a revolutionary mole which is burrowing underground, where structure is the ossified structure on top, where the mole then kind of, digs a big enough hole that the whole structure collapses. Practice isn't just revolutionary. Practice is world constituting. Now, I want to come back to what I was saying about historically embedded and reflexive. With this term, Marx would argue that any statement about reality per se is metaphysical. Whether you say reality is determined, or whether you say reality is contingent, or you say, perhaps more specifically, everything is a language game. If you say everything is a language game, in a sense, you are being theoretically incoherent. Because you're suggesting that the language game within which you're operating is universally applicable, in which case it's no longer a language game. It's always the problem with relativism. Relativism is essentially theoretically incoherent. So I know I'm throwing all of these issues on the table, but I want you to keep them in your minds as we're going to be dealing with some of this material. Okay. How are we doing so far? So far, are we okay?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
A few minutes ago, you talked about practices determining structures. I was wondering what exactly you mean by practices. Is that revolutionary practice,
No.
like activism, or is it just what people do in the world, or what? Okay, just anything that people do. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We'll reach that in a minute, I hope. I'll want to sort of hop, skip, and jump through the economic and philosophical manuscripts, the Juran ideology, the Grundrisse, and Capital. I think it's significant that all of these were unknown until Capital. All of these were unknown manuscripts. Right? Classical Marxism really didn't read Marx. No, I mean this seriously, except for the Communist Manifesto. The real theorist of Marxism is Engels. And it's Engels who was read carefully by Kautsky, by Lenin, by Rosa Luxemburg, by all of classical Marxism, is Engelsian. The idea of a trans-historical march of history, the idea of a dialectic to all of history, that finally is canonized by Stalin as the difference between historical materialism and dialectical materialism. All of that comes from Engels. You're not going to find any of it in Marx's mature works. So, and one of the reasons I emphasize this is that there is a very strong understanding of Marxism, which is what I would call traditional. And this comes out of that tradition of Engelsian thought. What I mean by traditional Marxism is an understanding of capitalism, its essential relations of production in terms of the market and private property. And the point of understanding the dynamic of capital is to understand how these relations of production become inadequate to the massive forces of production that are generated, industrialization, which allows you to imagine getting rid of private ownership and the market and having let's say, an industrial society which is regulated for the benefit of all. The basis of this theory is the idea that labor is the standpoint of the critique. Labor both in the sense of industrial production outgrowing the market and private property, and labor also in the sense of socially the proletariat. There is a normative dimension to this theory, which is the idea that those who produce the wealth of society, the proletariat, should be the beneficiaries of what they produce. Well, this theory ran into a lot of problems in the 20th century. For one thing, there was the nature, and there's no point in hiding it, of what was called actually existing socialism, which, unless you were a full Stalinist, was not exactly a success. It was a success in rapid industrialization, yes. But then again, so was Imperial Japan, and so was Imperial Germany. You know, it's a funny justification for socialism. That was A. B, technological changes in the 20th century made it increasingly implausible to imagine that labor is the source of all wealth if you're going to equate value and wealth, which, of course, in traditional Marxism, one did. C, and that actually should have been B because it's a little earlier, one could say that the origins of classical sociology are an attempt to argue that focusing only on the market and private property is inadequate as a complete theory of what's going on in modern society. So you have someone like Emil Durkheim focusing on the division of labor, or Max Weber focusing on processes of rationalization, in both cases arguing that a transformation of property relations would be, yes, a change, but superficial compared to these underlying structures. So that the difference between socialism and capitalism would be the difference between two variants of an underlying form, whether you call it industrial society or modern society. I want to suggest that I mean, I think that that criticism of focusing on the market and private property is correct. But I want to suggest that there is a tradition, starting with Georg Lukács, looking back at Marx, arguing that Marx's categories actually are categories of rationalization, the division of labor, are in that sense much deeper than simply a focus on private property in the market. How are we doing? Yeah? I think that was it in terms of very general introduction. Let me just glance at it. I scribbled down some notes. Now, I should add that I don't regard this as being simply an exercise in trying to, quote unquote, rescue Marx. I think that a reconsidered critique of political economy has a lot to say to the modern world, to the contemporary world. I mean, there was several schools of thought in the post-World War II era that, looking at the socialist countries on the one hand and the Keynesian capitalist countries on the other, concluded that basically maybe there had been a kind of a dynamic of capitalism in the past, but that it now was tamed. It now was subject to state control. And the real question then was state control in the interest of whom? That is, that socioeconomic issues could be solved on the political state level. I think that since the 70s, there's been a gradual move away from that position, as it's become clear that a dynamic of capital really does continue to exist, with unforeseen consequences for many, including, as I'm sure all of you now know, the gradual decline, actually very painful decline, of the industrial working class. Which now has exploded politically in ways that are not necessarily what one would have hoped for. But this isn't a process that began in 2008, 2009 with the crash. This is a process that began in the 70s. Yeah?
Is that true if you think about it globally?
It's uneven, but yes, it is. So, for example, for a while people said, and maybe some people will argue with me, but the numbers that I have is the explosive growth of the Chinese proletariat, right? The transformation of millions of peasants into workers. So for a while people said, the global proletariat is not shrinking, but the Chinese working class according to the numbers that I have, stopped growing about 10 or 12 years ago. It's no longer growing. So this isn't a linear process that happens simultaneously everywhere. But it is a process so that the search for labor power will move to areas that don't have that population, Vietnam, Bangladesh. And then the question is whether the same process will repeat. But certainly the image of the Communist Manifesto, that with capitalism, you just have the ongoing growth of a proletariat, that's over. I would also argue that the social democratic imaginary, the communist and also the social democratic imaginary, that it was possible with state intervention to provide a decent job at a decent wage for everybody is no longer an imaginary. I would like to suggest, this is taking us a bit afield. I'd like to suggest that whereas the first 2/3 of the century, communists and social democrats, in different ways, had a unified vision, in each case, of being able to address and solve society's problems, that began to dissipate, opening, in a sense, room for those who had a very different unifying vision, at least for a while, which is that the market solves everything. The power of that was not in its empirical strength, but rather that it purported to be able to explain the world. Right? Not just macroeconomics, but marriage choice, if you read Gary Becker. Right? The market was a unifying imaginary. And the social democrats, who are called liberals in the United States, the social democrats had less and less to put up against that. Sometimes thinking that, okay, they would ride the same horse, right? That's Clinton's third way. That's Blair's New Labor. And there they were caught with the contradictions of their own base and their imaginary. There wasn't an alternate imaginary. I think that maybe we can squeeze one out of here. Okay, so this isn't, I don't see this as being simply sort of an archival enterprise. Which means, of course, that there are going to be a lot of questions, and there should be. There should be a lot of questions. Yes? No? Maybe? And so one of the things that I'll want to try to show, I'll be shifting, in a sense, I'm going to be shifting levels a lot between issues of what seem to be economy, issues of what seem to be society, and philosophical issues, which I think is fair to say is very much in the sense of Marx. I mean, there are philosophical issues that he is addressing, and remember that he's addressing issues that Hegel raised. So to begin to put a little bit of flesh on this kind of skeletal structure that I outlined, I thought it might make sense to go to a few key concepts that are developed early on in Marx. Just so I would like you to keep them in the back of your mind when we're reading Capital. Okay? I'm hoping that most of you are sort of vaguely familiar with the economic and philosophical manuscripts, with the German ideology, maybe with the Grundrisse. Yes? No? Maybe? It's important for the way I present it. This isn't a test. Okay. Now, in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, the central concept, as I'm sure all of you know, is alienation. It's a central concept that has been, I think, completely deformed. What alienation means in the manuscripts, and then I'll talk a little bit about why it's significant, is Marx takes Hegel's notion of objectification. Now, objectification for Hegel and for Marx does not mean what objectification today means. It does not mean treating another person as an object. That's not what the term means for them. For them, what the term means, and this comes back to the issue of practice, is that objectifying activity constitutes both the object that is being created as well as the subject creating that object. Whether you're talking about a piece of pottery or a piece of music or an essay that you're writing, that you don't have a pre-existing subject who externalizes themselves in an object which is an expression of their inner being, but rather it's the activity itself that is doubly constitutive. In constituting the object, it constitutes the subject who constitutes that object. Yes?
So, by saying that, do you mean that when you're in the act of making something, it's shaping the object that you're making, but it's also shaping the subject at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you learn to do things, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's as true of being a student, as being a potter, as being a musician. In fact, unlike there was this movie about Mozart decades ago, Mozart wasn't a genius who jumped out of bed and simply wrote down music. I mean, he was inordinately talented. His father also made sure that from the age of 3, he was doing his music, but he sweated over his music. Everybody sweats over what they produce until they master it. Philosophically, this, in a sense, is an attempt to overcome the classical Cartesian subject-object dichotomy. If both subject and object are constituted by externalizing activity, which is what Marx calls objectification. And he does it because it's a manuscript that was never intended for publication. He does it in an extremely opaque manner. We were going through it I would show you how in one paragraph, the first two sentences will be objectification, the third will be alienation, the fourth will be objectification. It's very hard to sort of decipher. Now, one dimension of objectification, which I've already, in a sense, implicitly alluded to, is that in the making, you are making the maker, right? It's a process of self-constitution, and in a sense, one could argue that it is a process of generating mastery on your part. Yeah.
Do you think that objectification is historically determined, this concept?
Is historically determined?
Yeah.
Yes. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
If I can, or I'll tell you my association to it. My association is, with undergraduates, I always begin the quarter with teaching Smith's Wealth of Nations. And I point out to them that, Smith is certainly not the first, but I'm not interested for these purposes in the nitty-gritty of 18th century history and the development of political economy in the 17th and 18th century. But rather, if you compare even the title of the book to classical Greek or Roman literature, medieval literature, or as far as I know, the literatures of most places in the world, there isn't an important treatise that focuses on wealth. Plato writes The Republic. He doesn't talk about the wealth of the Republic. Or, to the degree to which they do talk about it, wealth is very different. Wealth will be in the vigor of the population because there are always martial metaphors. But when you start reading Smith, underneath the notion of wealth is the notion of labor. And it's the centrality of labor to the constitution of society in Smith. This is an indication that we're moving already pretty far from an aristocratic society. Labor is definitely not an aristocratic virtue. On the contrary, you have clothes, habits, long fingernails that are supposed to signal that you don't labor. So if you have classical political economy putting labor at the center, and then you have Hegel, who incidentally read Smith very carefully, as did Marx. You have Hegel coming up with that idea, plus, so you have the idea of constituting activity. That's one. Two, and this is really only an association on my part, so please only take it that way. The enormous significance of the French Revolution. Right? The French Revolution, the idea that the social order is not God-given, but rather that people make their own social order. And remember, that's the real difference between the French Revolution and the American Revolution. The American Revolution is a new political order. To the best of my knowledge, nothing changes socially. The order of society is, they don't use the language of God-given, but it's a given. But with the French Revolution, you have the abolition of the aristocracy and the churches, which is a big thing. I mean, the church being the most powerful institution in a country like France and owning about 15% of the lands. You know, major monasteries are just pulled down by the population. I mean, I went to Cluny, which was a very important monastery in Burgundy, really a center of the monastic movement, and it's a ruin. And I wanted to know why it had been so neglected. Well, it wasn't neglected. It was destroyed, and not by the central government in Paris, but by the local peasantry. I mean, they abolished the church as a land-owning secular power. They abolished the aristocracy. They begin to redistribute land. I think it had a major impact on the way people thought about the world. So I want to suggest that the two come together, perhaps, as a background for the plausibility of a focus on practice. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, if objectification is a process of self-constitution, and at the same time, in the process of self-constitution, what is involved is an increase in mastery, alienation turns that around. Alienation, Marx says, is people constitute something which dominates them. He gives it a name in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, but that's all he does. He calls it capital. But we have no idea what that means. Other than we know that when he says that people create something that dominates them, he doesn't mean you produce a widget and the widget somehow comes to life and dominates you. It's not the widget you're producing. You're producing something else along with the widget. And the name he gives it right now is capital. But right now, we're going to use that as a kind of we're going to put that on ice. The reason why this is important, or one of the many reasons, is in the manuscript he then engages in a polemic with the most important and best known socialist thinker of the 1840s, a man named Proudhon. Proudhon is a French socialist who wrote a book which was very widely read called Property is Theft. And Proudhon argued that one should do away with property and give everybody an equal wage. Property, he means, of course, private ownership of the means of production. He doesn't mean the shirt on your back. Now, when Proudhon meant an equal wage, this was radical egalitarianism. He did not mean an equal wage for all workers. He meant an equal wage for everybody in society. So managers, policemen, bankers, ministers, workers would all get the same wage. And Marx says no. Marx says the property relations are really only an expression of something which is deeper, which is alienation. The ultimate ground for domination in capitalism is not private ownership of the means of production. Too bad that this manuscript only became known in the 30s, and then in the 30s was only read by outliers like Herbert Marcuse and people like that. Private property is not, and then he says something which is really quite startling for people the first time you read it. He says the effect of equality of wages would be A, you would generalize alienated labor, and B, the state would become the abstract capitalist. So capitalism clearly, for Marx already early on, is not just private ownership. It still is very puzzling. So then what is alienation and what is cap? But obviously alienation is very close to what capitalism is for Marx. Okay? Alienation is not simply the subjective misère that you feel. You know, I'm alienated from my teachers, my parents, my workplace, my spouse. It's really not that in Marx. The other meanings may be legitimate, but it's not what he's talking about. Okay? So it is self-constituted domination. Domination is not in capitalism. It's not because some group comes from somewhere else, the Mongols, and subjects everybody. That's not what domination in capitalism is. And it's not even the 1%. As terrible as that is, and as terrible as levels of inequality in the United States are, which make any other modern industrial country look like a paradise. Okay, now, I wanted to focus on alienation. I now want to move to what I think is central in the next manuscript, which was written a year or a year and a half later, which is the German ideology. What Marx does in the German, one of the many things he does in the German ideology, is he argues against a group of, in terms of their self-understanding, young German revolutionaries, students of Hegel, they call themselves the young Hegelians, who argue that the only thing preventing a good society is the hearts and minds of people. It's the conceptions they have. You have to change their conceptions, and if you change their conceptions, you'll change society. And Marx says, no, it's the opposite. Right? Consciousness does not determine social being determines consciousness. And it's here that he begins to develop his notion of that thought is contextual. And he goes on, and what I find very important, because this will be a project that he's setting up for himself, he goes on to say that if, as in any ideology, the young Hegelians have got it upside down, they think consciousness determines social being rather than vice versa. He gives an analogy. He said, this is like the reversed image in a camera obscura, which you can explain using optics, of course. He says, if it appears upside down, this has to be a function of the society that makes plausible this form of appearance. In other words, it's not sufficient to say the young Hegelians have got it wrong, but rather, once you move within the frame of a social theory of knowledge, you have to be able to say they have it wrong because of X in their social surroundings that renders plausible this idea that consciousness determines society. That's A. So, and he's going to do this with people like Adam Smith, for example. Part of what he's going to do in Capital is explain, but you have to know he's trying to do it, is explain why Adam Smith could think the way he did. And I'll come back to Adam Smith. But once you have a social theory of knowledge in the German ideology, it can't be that Marx is going to use this tool to explain everybody except him. He's a smart guy. That can't be. It can't be that he has a direct pipeline to being. He has to be able to explain the conditions of possibility of his own critical theory. Right? How could he write a critique of society when he's a member of that society and thought is molded by the society within which you live? In that manuscript, he gives a first, and it's really a very preliminary attempt at this, at both. How can consciousness imagine itself independent of society? He relates this, and really this is very immature and premature on his part, but, you know, he's writing this stuff, he's a kid. He's as old as a graduate student. He's like 26, 27. And a smart graduate student, but not fully developed. So he tries, first, he goes back to ancient priesthood to try to explain what the conditions might be that consciousness could think of itself as independent. He said, because it doesn't understand itself as part of a division of labor. He calls it the separation of mental and manual labor. And he gives us an example, the priesthood. Okay, what are the ancient priests doing? I mean, yes, they're engaged in, in whatever temples they have, and they're doing religious stuff. Is that all they're doing? Why would that be a division of labor, mental and manual? You know anything about the ancient world? Not much, I guess. Yes?
Well, they're probably thinking about stuff in the meantime.
Well, they are thinking about stuff, but why division of labor? Yes, they're thinking about stuff. I can talk a little bit about Egypt and Mesopotamia because I know a little about them. There are other ancient societies I know much less about.
Well, I know that, and I'm probably wrong. Probably. But in ancient Greece, at least, a lot of the religion was civil. It was a civil religion, and they were removed from the general laboring classes and the slaves who actually reproduced society.
That's part of it, but there you have a more general class of people who are removed. Right? Who are removed from labor, which is one of the reasons why Plato doesn't write a treatise on labor.
Oh, he never worked.
Of course he didn't. I mean, not because he's a lazy guy. Plato, I don't think you could call lazy. Plato comes from a high aristocratic family. But leaving Plato aside for a second, let's go to Egypt. You're an Egyptian peasant. What do you have to know? You have to know some things, believe me.
The seasons.
The
seasons.
You have to know the seasons. Why?
In order to plant your crops accordingly.
Right. Because given that Egypt is this thin green ribbon surrounded by pretty arid desert, does it rain in Egypt?
You got to know when the Nile's going to flood.
You have to know when the Nile's going to flood. How do you figure that out? Do you as a peasant figure that out? No. Believe me, no. What do you need?
Astronomers?
You need astronomers. Priests in Egypt and Mesopotamia are astronomers. They come up with a calendar. The calendar is really important for peasants. I mean, they don't print calendars or put them on smartphones. They announce the dates, which means essentially for the rest of society, they're letting them know when it's time to plant. Mesopotamia is slightly different. You do have flooding with the Tigris and the Euphrates, but also you do have a short rainy season. But what happens after the rainy season? All of you know the soldiers in Iraq, right? You know, carrying backpacks. What's the temperature like? No, you don't read the paper?
50 Celsius.
It's about 50 Celsius. Right? It's 120, 130. Not good for plants. In this sense, Marx is saying there is a division of labor. Except, he suggests, that the priesthood, because they have nothing to do with planting directly, and all of it is wrapped up in the frame of religious festivals, can imagine itself to be completely independent, and this is sort of the point that you were making, can imagine itself to be independent of what we would call its material conditions of reproduction. And time, of course, is the monopoly of priesthoods traditionally, which I hope you know. So that it's a major misunderstanding if you're looking at Europe, when they developed the clock. A lot of people think they put the clock up on church towers. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. It goes on City Hall. And in part, it's an indication. It's a poke in the eye of the church. It's an indication that you have a new class of people who are going to contest time with the church. Okay, so he starts with mental and manual labor. But what about critics of society? I mean, you can go all the way back. There are critics, right? Socrates. What does Socrates do?
Killed himself.
What?
Killed himself.
Yeah, but Socrates is a despondent guy and he kills himself? Why does he kill himself? He's killed. He's told to take poison, right? Why does he kill himself? Not, why is he killed? I think is more accurate. Why is Socrates killed?
Because he poisons the minds of the youth with...
He poisons the minds of the youth. That's exactly right. He calls into question what a lot of people take for granted. I mean, surely he also makes a pest of himself. You know, you're in the agora, in the marketplace, and you just want to buy a couple onions, and here's this guy coming up to you, tugging on your kite and saying, "What is justice?" So he's a public nuisance, but he's calling into question the existing order, a critic. Or another literature that at least many of you know about. What do prophets do in the Hebrew Bible? No one knows. Have you ever heard of this guy Elijah? What does he do? You have not. It's not he just makes miracles.
They condemn society as sinful?
Yes. He comes in front of the king and he says, you know, everything you're doing is sinful, it's wrong, and you're oppressing people, you're killing people for their vineyards. And what does the king say? He says, kill him. So, Elijah runs out in the desert for 40 days. It's always 40. 40 days he's sitting in the desert. After 40 days he comes back. He says to the king, "You're a sinner." So in both cases, using very, very different kinds of frameworks, you have critics. What Marx suggests at that point is that if you have social critics, that's an indication that there must be a contradiction in society. In other words, the society can't be a unitary whole if you're going to argue that thought is a function of its historical context. That context could not be unitary because then there would be no critical thought. You'll notice there's no outside. It's not that Socrates goes somewhere else. He lives with, people on the Black Sea for a while. Comes back and says, they do it really differently. It's not that at all. So there has to be something in society that's generative of critique. That's as far as he gets in the German ideology. But nevertheless, what's important here is less the specific answers he gives at the beginning than the issues that are raised once you begin to have a social theory of knowledge. Okay? If you have a social theory of knowledge, it can't be that the young Hegelians or Adam Smith or whomever are just wrong. You have to render plausible, and if you can do that, you've strengthened your theory. It's a very different notion of how to make your own theory plausible. And this also comes from Hegel. To the degree to which you can embed people that you are criticizing, you are demonstrating the rigor of your theory. It's a very different notion of a rigorous theory. How are we doing?
Is the notion of that kind of theory arising, is that just grounded in the idea of there being special historical events that render this possible for Marx? Or,
well,
I mean, the style of theory is a concept too.
I'm sorry?
The idea of a reflexive theory of this kind, or this kind of justification for theory, is the implicit grounding of that, just the historical break of whatever. Yeah, what is that's a better way to answer. What is the grounding for this theory coming?
It's a good question.
Well,
I want that question to be held in suspension. I want you to maintain that question as we continue, right? At this point, I think it would be very valuable if we continued after a 10-minute break. Okay. Any kind of conceptual questions for what we've talked about up to now?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't turn it off, and then I don't turn it on.
I would like to go back to the alienation concept.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to know, Moishe, if you know, for you there is any difference between the alienation and the fetishism. How do you, because we are dealing with the book one and fetishism, it's a very important concept.
It's a very important concept, and I want to get to it.
Okay.
Okay? And I want to get to it through beginning by discussing the Grundrisse, which is what I wanted to discuss now. Linus, did you have a question?
Yeah, this is sort of maybe further sketching my previous question and might need to be put aside. I'm not really sure. But I guess the differences in possibilities for critical epistemology between just an exchange, a society which has a lot of exchange and coinage and all that, and then what specifically, well, for example, Aristotle, Socrates, whatever, and then how that, the possibility of a reflexive theory, why that opens up with capital.
Good question.
Is that talkable about now, or
no?
It has to be thematic. Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's a good question. So it's not that I'm trying to push it aside. I think it's just a little premature in terms of the discussion. Yeah. But I would like it to be raised again.
On the possibility of critical thinking, right? So you said that for critical thought to emerge, right, society needs to be non-unitary, because if it were so unitary, so unified, when you couldn't think against it. But the question is, I mean, could you just say that, it's always the case that societies are becoming, they're changing, right? So there is some change, right? Then critical thinking is always, it's almost trivial. It would almost be possible, always, at any time, right? Just something. So it's not necessarily some sort of special condition, right? Just by the virtue that society isn't a stable aggregate, never and ever. So,
that's a good point, but then the question would be, which we're not going to examine, whether there are some societies in which it's more plausible and others in which it's less plausible. And also, what kind of change elicits critique? Because very frequently, critique is on the part of someone who is a spokesperson for what was, as opposed to what is being presented as a newer order. So that might be, that's one possibility. As a matter of fact, that's a very common trope where the past becomes the source of the possibility of critique against a present which is seen as a change that is against what had existed up to now. So, to use that to specify the nature of Marx's critique is a little different in the sense that, look, so many traditional criticisms hark back to, let me just call it a golden age. Marx not. So what are the conditions of possibility for a critique that points to the future? And of course, this isn't available at the level at which I initially introduced it, where Marx initially introduced it, just in terms of a dimension of tension within society. Right? So I think the question, which is related to Linus's, is well taken. I would like both of you to be a little patient. Okay? Yes.
So you talk about labor.
Please a little louder.
Yeah, of course. You talk about labor, and I'm a little confused with all the relating concepts. For example, people who work and the labor as the practice, and workers in the factory, which is related to the proletarians. So all these concepts, I'm a little confused.
I'll try to deconfuse it as we go along. Okay. Right now, I'm dealing with things on an extremely general level, and then we will try to dive into the material. What I'm really trying to do right now, as preliminary, is give you a set of concepts as a kind of framing for the way I'm reading Marx. In a sense, I'm going to have to justify all of them. And you should hold me to that. Right? And it would be easier if we were reading volume 1 together, but then we would never get to volume 3. So in a way, I have to do it this way. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the concept of subject-object by Hegel or Marx, and also talking about conditions of critique or social thought. I was asking myself why, there is this classical differentiation between subject and object, and after the 70s, the object in academia got more and more dismissed. So there is actually, a dismissal of the object. So I was wondering why this development kind of correlated to certain economic developments as well, as you were arguing that, after with the crisis in the 70s and the crisis of Fordism, that things have changed. So do you think these things are kind of connected?
I'm not sure that's a question that I could answer standing on one leg. I mean, that is quite complicated because we'd have to fully develop what you mean by saying that the subject side is emphasized and the object disappears. And then what you get is the antinomic opposite, the rise of theories of objects, object culture, right? Where the object itself becomes deeply informed with everything social. But in both cases, you no longer have the interrelation of subject and object. And historically, to switch just a half a step, I don't think it's accidental now looking back retrospectively that, let's say, in social theory, structural functionalism is very, very strong in the post-war decades when you have a much more organized form of capitalism. And that after the 70s, you have the focus on methodological individualism or on the left with agency. Right? There's a switch from structure to action. But it's really the other side of the same coin.
So, but can one argue that this kind of linguistic turn, as it is called, is connected with neoliberalism or the crisis of Fordism?
Yes, I would say so. But that would be, I would say so. But to really show it would take a lot more.
But still we can say that this is a kind of, this is also, how you say, this is also a sign for the fact that the conditions are determining, the material conditions are determining thought and mind in a more general way, right? We can
renders it plausible. I don't think it determines it like a stamp on a piece of Play-Doh. But renders ways of looking at the world much more plausible.
So when you say the plausibility of, what was it? Plausibility of social thought or plausibility of social change? Do you mean the plausibility that critiques will arise or the plausibility that the society will actually change?
Both.
Okay.
But also the plausibility that a certain way of thinking that is, now in a very different sense, that a certain way of thinking is plausible to people.
Oh, okay. So that more people will be more likely to accept
it.
Right.
This is very much opposed to the idea that you have a sprinkling of geniuses and their ideas slowly trickle down to the rest of society. And they themselves are just geniuses. But rather I'm suggesting that Marx is trying to make both their theories plausible, but also to make their theories plausible to others. Okay?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the Grundrisse? Now, for those of you who haven't, you've probably heard of the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, the German ideology of, I forget whether it's 45 or 46. Then there was the Communist Manifesto in 1848, and it's written really as a revolutionary pamphlet. And as you may or may not know, 1848 is a revolutionary year in Europe. There are revolutions everywhere in Europe. In almost every German state, in much of Italy, 2 revolutions in France, Poland. It's really a revolutionary year, and all the revolution, except in the UK, where discontent is very kind of sweet. Discontent is expressed by people gathering signatures, the Chartists, and they present, I think, 2 million signatures to Parliament. However, when all the revolutions are crushed in Europe, and they are, many revolutionaries go to London. Because whatever London, the British are doing in the world, which is not very nice, London remains a pretty liberal place. So they can go and they're not too worried about the secret police. Among them is Marx, who moves to London at the failure of the revolutions in Europe, and he spends the rest of his life in London, or more accurately, in the British Museum, which is the largest, I believe, the largest library in the world at that point. And after 10 years of very intensive work in the British Museum, he writes a manuscript called the Grundrisse, which is essentially a very rough draft of much of what becomes Capital later. So it's halfway between the revolutions and the publication of the first volume of Capital, which is 1867. Now, in the Grundrisse, there's a section called the Method of Political Economy. And I'm going to use this and one other section as kind of like keys to understanding capital. In the Method of Political Economy, he begins by saying that you can't start with the inchoate whole. You have to pare things down to their most abstract determinations. And then what the theorist does is, beginning with those abstract determinations, you have to then, in a sense, you have to reconstruct the whole. The problem with idealism, he says, is that they think that this process of reconstruction is a historical one. And it's not, it's a logical one. And I'll try to explain in a few minutes what the difference is. He then goes on to say, well, let me go back one step. The framing issue is, where should a critique begin? Now, to the best of my knowledge, and correct me if you know otherwise, only 2 theorists have raised this issue. One is Hegel, and the other is Marx. Now, Hegel, at the beginning of his Logic, writes an introduction that raises the question of how can you present a logic that doesn't presuppose the logic you're going to be presenting. Right? How can you present a logic without presupposing a logic? Now, for Marx, it's a slightly different question. But in both cases, and I'll try to make this plausible with Marx, there is no outside. Now, Marx goes on to say that you might think that the order of presentation is historical. You go from the simpler to the more complex categories. You might think this is historical. After all, money antedates capitalism. But then he goes on, and this is extremely significant also for forms of thought. He goes on to say that money only truly becomes money in its simple form in capitalism. What does he mean by that? I mean, didn't Athens have drachma coins? You know, nice little silver coins with an owl stamped on it? Wasn't that money?
Does it have to do with kind of like the abstract quality of banknotes and how they're not a physical commodity like gold coins?
Yes and no. Abstract quality, yes. Forget about the banknote.
Well, I just use it as an example.
No, I know. Forget about the banknotes. But you're right. What's important is why the abstract quality? What is money in capitalism?
It's a commodity of exchange.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Which basically a commodity is a thing that's produced for sale.
Yeah.
And a commodity of exchange is one that can be used to interchangeably represent the worth or the exchange value of all commodities.
Okay. Wasn't money used by the Athenians to exchange things?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was. We've got to try to figure out what makes it different in capitalism according to Marx.
Well, it wasn't like universally exchangeable in Athens, right? Like they don't use it for everything. Like maybe they use it for luxury goods or something, but they wouldn't. Like you wouldn't be able to say, I can use this like drachma coin to understand like the relationship between the value of this table and like, I don't know, somebody's sheep herd, like the way that you could.
That's exactly
maybe today.
Right. Money in capitalism is a universal equivalent. It's not in other societies because there's a great deal that can't be exchanged, can't be bought. Not everything can be bought. If not everything can be bought, there's no universal equivalent. In many societies, for example, land cannot be bought. Or, you know, to give a little dramatic example, you are a sturdy Japanese youth in the 17th century, and you love watching samurai. So you decide that you're going to scrape together whatever it takes to go get a samurai sword. Is there a but? What's the but?
You have to be like, it's part of like your pedigree, isn't it?
Can you be louder?
It's part of like your pedigree. You have to be born into it. It's a class.
It is a class thing. But it's not just a class thing the way we talk about class things. Like, you know, really expensive Porsche is a class thing. However, if for some stupid reason you accumulate enough money to buy a Porsche, you can. Right? If you're a peasant, you actually cannot touch a samurai sword. The samurai sword is not something you can buy. It's not an object, and I'll want to come back to that. The same thing is true, incidentally, of European swords. The feudal nobility had the right to carry swords. Then other groups may be accorded the right to carry a sword or a dagger. But then it's a right. You can't just, there's no store that you can go to buy it.
And plus, going back to your example, when you say that the peasant would scrape up enough money to buy a samurai sword, because of the social conditions of thought, it wouldn't even occur to that peasant that he would save money to buy a samurai sword, because that's a conception of our modern capitalist society.
That's true. But I was just trying to indicate, you are, like a movie.
Yeah.
You can identify with this sturdy Japanese youth, as you can identify with almost everybody in the movies.
We want one question, because in our society still, there are many restrictions on what money can buy, right? You can buy everything even now. You can buy organs, you can buy a slave, you can buy a wife. There are many things that still now are socially unacceptable. So maybe much fewer than medieval Japan or in Europe, right? So you can buy land, you can buy labor, but still there are many things you can buy. So it seems that we could say that the distinction isn't necessarily an absolute one. So we still haven't reached its universal exchangeability.
We've come pretty close. There are a few things you can't. They tend to be sacred objects. Like, I don't know how many of you are Catholic or know anything about Catholicism, but you could not go to your local supermarket, even a really high-grade supermarket, and buy communion wafers. They're not for sale for you. But the fact that they're not for sale indicates the fact that it's an exception, indicates the rule. Now, under what conditions is money a universal equivalent?
When labor becomes a social mediation.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Who needs money?
Everybody that just have yours to sell.
Anybody who?
Just have your own body to sell.
Ah, okay. You had money before, right?
Yeah.
Who would use money before?
Merchant.
Merchants, for example. You have merchant capital long before you have what Marx is going to call the reign of capital. Right? But that is a determinate section of society. You said you have only your body to sell. In other words, wage labor. Why is that important now? Yeah?
Because people are not self-sufficient anymore.
The only thing, wage laborers, what do they buy with money? Food.
Needs assistance, yeah.
Total. Right? I mean, there are exceptions to this, but generally speaking, wage laborers don't make their homes, don't make their clothes, don't make their food. It's with wage labor that the money form begins to be universal. So what Marx is saying is that money appears very simple, but it exists in its abstract simplicity only in capitalist society. Money in Athens does not mean the same thing. So if you find coins, that tells you that there is a lot of commerce going on. And there was. but it really doesn't tell you very much about the way life was organized in Attica in the villages. It wasn't organized around money. And it's not simply a matter of the division of labor. Marx points out there are societies with developed divisions of labor that don't use money. The Inca, a highly developed division of labor, they don't have writing. Although the distribution of goods is centrally controlled. Everything is on these little knots. Then he goes on, and this might be a surprise to many people, and he says labor. Labor as a general, simple category only exists in capitalism. Why? What does he mean by that?
I think that the concept of the proletariat, I think is derived from ancient Roman law via the French revolutionaries that people read a lot of. Because people worked for other people in the past, but they didn't do so in the same kind of way. I mean, they didn't think of their bodies as possessing labor power, and that's really all that they can contribute when they weren't slaves.
Okay. So the category of labor means what?
In pre-capitalist times, in ancient times, in feudal times, there was no one labor, so there wasn't a free labor market, and people couldn't move across occupations, so you were fixed in a particular job. So then we had lots of categories of labor. We had carpenters and potters, and there was no labor in general because labor couldn't circulate, couldn't move across these occupations.
Right. From our perspective, you can regard all of these activities as labor. However, then and there, these activities were not seen as subsets of something common. They're seen as fundamentally different kinds of activity. And they're not interchangeable. Right? And this is also true, very true, with gendered activity. These are fundamentally different activities, not simply because, well, this is the way it's always been. But for example, I was reading an account of an attempt at aid. I forget where in East Africa it was. But the idea was, they were going to dig a ditch, sort of a little canal. And the idea was that, the guys who dug the ditch would also take the dirt, put it in baskets, and carry it away. Pretty simple. It turns out that carrying baskets is something only women do. And it's not simply that the guys are lazy. It's literally you cannot deal with a basket if you are a man. And there are societies where if you touch something that is gendered, let's say in this case a basket, you become a woman if you're a man. This is very different than who cooks and who takes out the garbage. So these activities are not seen as equivalent. They're fundamentally different. So what Marx is saying is just like money, the category of labor is not a transhistorical category. And I could add a third that he doesn't talk about but follows from the first two, which is the category of object. We're talking about a society in which a samurai sword becomes an object, a high prestige object, but it becomes an object. I now could buy a samurai sword without fear of death. These baskets I could buy and collect. The samurai sword, the basket, they all become objects. There's a kind of universalization going on, and it's a universalization that essentially involves abstraction. Money as a universal equivalent abstracts from the qualitative specificity of the different objects. Using the word object means that things are subcategories of something abstract. Using the term labor means that all activities are subsets. So what Marx is saying is that they are valid in their abstract generality only for capitalism. So if you begin with them, you're not beginning historically. To jump ahead of ourselves just for a minute, the first 3 chapters, or 4, of Capital, the book, are you start with the commodity, you move to money, then you move to capital. Engels read this as a historical progression. It's not. It's a logical progression, not a historical one. So there's a trick here. Things that are abstract in general are historically specific. But because they're abstract in general, people could imagine that they are transhistorically valid. And in a sense, one of the interlocutors here for Marx is Smith. Smith could imagine labor as a general activity going all the way back to the Neolithic, not because Smith is benighted, not because he's Eurocentric, but rather, and this is a different epistemology, rather Smith is living at a time where what is characteristic of his society appears itself to be abstract in general, so that it is very easy for him to universalize. It's very plausible for him to universalize. This goes much further than simply talking about the difference between mental and manual labor. It's actually the form of thought itself. So now, in this section of the Grundrisse, the issue for Marx, I want to come back now. Everything is historically specific. What is abstract general is historically specific. How do you begin a critique where the form of the critique does not, in a sense, obviate the content which claims that everything is historically specific? What you can't do is begin with the certitude the way Descartes does. Descartes' point of departure, I doubt, therefore I am, is intended to be valid at all times and all places. Marx cannot write that kind of book. So the point of departure is a very curious one because it has to be the beginning of a theory that's historically specific. And the way the book, Capital, is arranged, that a lot of people didn't recognize at all, but some did, is that the further you start with the point of departure, which in Capital is a category called commodity. You try to unfold the whole from this category. The more you unfold, the more you render plausible your point of departure. So it's the unfolding of the whole that renders plausible the commodity as the point of departure. I know this is a different way of thinking. But it's not that you can reach outside of your society to say this is true of everybody everywhere. You can't. Yes?
Tell me if this is too off track. But as long as we're talking about the method of capital or the logical development of the categories therein, do you think the relationship between capital and Hegel's logic can be described as that of analogy, homology, or whether or not it's kind of difficult to describe the relation in that kind of language?
I would do it the opposite. I would argue that, and I'll try and render this plausible when we talk about capital, that what Marx does with the dialectical unfolding of the categories in Capital is bring Hegel down to earth, but in a very different way than the young Marx. He's not turning Hegel on his head anymore, but rather he is, in a sense, rendering plausible Hegel's idealist description of a historical dialectic as an expression of the dialectic of capital. So what Marx is doing, I know sounds a little Baroque, and you have to tell me if you're following me or not. There's no shame in saying you're not, because if you're not, then other people are not either. What he's doing is he's saying that Hegel's transhistorical notion of a historical dialectic is an expression of capital. What Hegel has right is that what moves is abstracted from human agency. Yeah.
But if capital only exists under capitalism, how can he be applying that in a Hegelian transhistorical
He's not. He's rendering Hegel historically specific, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. So he's saying that Hegel's ideas can be applied to this theory about capitalism?
No. That this theory of capitalism helps explain Hegel's ideas. Okay. It's the opposite. It's not applying Hegel any more than he's applying Adam Smith. He's a much more fundamental theorist than I think most people give him credit for being. You know, you're sitting for years in the British Library and you're probably not spending time in the coffee shop. You're working a lot, thinking a lot. This is a suggestion, okay? He does something similar and explicit. In another section of the Grundrisse, he talks about that in the 18th century, for many theorists, like Adam Smith, but certainly not only Adam Smith, the point of departure for the theory is the individual. The individual is taken for granted. Now, what Marx does not do, which a lot of critics would do, is deconstruct the individual. The individual never existed. Or the individual in that form does not exist in X society, therefore in Western Europe it didn't exist. Instead, what Marx argues is that the individual is a product of the rise of capitalism in a twofold way. The destruction of older relations of personal dependency, which allows people to see themselves as agents, commodity owners, on the one hand, within a framework of what Marx calls objective necessity, which itself is socially constituted. His critique of people like Smith here is that they take a historical result as the point of origin for a historical theory. So they mistake the individual as, he says, the individual does exist. It exists as a social construct, if you will. It's not that it doesn't exist, but it's a mistake, although it's understandable, that you would take this social construct, not understanding it as a social contract, and in fact ontologizing it, that there always were individuals all the way down. Right? So it's an interesting kind of critique. Smith isn't wrong with his notion of the individual, but he's talking about capitalist modernity, not human society. Yeah.
But can one not argue that Marx adopted a certain way of thinking? I mean, regarding the concept of subject-object you introduced before. I mean, comparing the two concepts of subject-object, it seems to me that it's like it's a certain kind of thinking, a certain kind of conceptualization of what is being dichotomized now.
Yeah.
So I think, that it is a certain kind of thinking which is shared, and certain kind of conceptualization of the whole and parts of the whole, and the relations, which is shared by both, and which can be argued was adopted by Marx, I guess.
Yes, but at the same time, he says it's historically constituted. So the question is, what are the conditions for that, for him to be able to say that? Now, another section of the Grundrisse, it's called Contradiction Between the Foundation of Bourgeois Production and Its Results. And this will be sort of our point of departure for studying capital. Marx says that a society based on value, which we haven't talked about a lot yet, a society based on value gives rise to enormous forces of production that render the expenditure of human labor power unimportant in terms of the production of material wealth, what he calls real wealth. However, let me give it to you all at once and then we'll unpack it. However, capitalism remains bound to the expenditure of human labor power. Value. So without going into detail, what category has he just historicized? Value. Right? He makes an opposition between value and what he's calling real wealth. So you cannot read value transhistorically. You cannot go and look for value in the Amazon. You cannot analyze ancient society in terms of the category of value. That's not a problem, that it wasn't always that way. But he's introduced a new dimension here. What happens to value, just according to what I just outlined? If I say that there are means of production whose material output no longer can adequately be expressed with reference to the expenditure of human labor, but because value is a function of human labor, as we will see when we get to capital. Yeah?
Is it that the amount of human labor that is converted into value decreases over time?
No, it's that value as a category of wealth becomes less and less adequate to the wealth-producing capacity of society, and yet value remains the basis of capitalist society. This, for Marx, is the in the Grundrisse, is the fundamental contradiction. It is not between industrial production and the market and private property. But more generally, he says it's not simply that value wasn't always, which is an important way of relativizing something. You look to the past or you look to other societies and you say, they're not organized that way. So this is the way we do it. But he's introduced something else. He's not only looking at the past, but at the future. He's introduced the idea that something is anachronistic and yet is retained. And it's that tension between it being anachronistic and being retained that for him is the fundamental contradiction. This is very different than classical Marxism. Now, to come back to a question that was raised earlier, once you bring in the future, or put it this way, what now becomes the standpoint of critique? What is the critique based on? We said that one way of analyzing any kind of critique is, what are they criticizing with reference to? And very frequently, it's with reference to a past, right? But although Marx, in the last chapter of Capital, the chapter called Original Accumulation, that's been translated as Primitive Accumulation, although he talks about the sort of real oppression involved and the force involved in the generation, the appearance of capitalism, he doesn't say, let's go back to when you had independent villages, or let's go back when you had independent artisans. It's never with Marx, let's go back. Well, if it's not let's go back, what is it? Some of this is obvious. It's just I'm trying to twist the way people think about it. Yeah.
I have a question. I guess it's not obvious to me because my first answer would have been sort of spontaneously the contradiction becomes the standpoint or a gap.
Mm-hmm.
But then if I think about the way in which, despite the inadequacy, things persist or people live on in these inadequate, then it seems to me that the standpoint from which you can pronounce inadequate these conditions must be an ethical one. I can't think of any, or I don't know. I don't know what other standpoint it would be.
Ethical in what sense?
Well, in the sense that I don't see how it could be based in anything other than a value judgment, not value in Marx's sense, but about what is good. Because, or at least in what sense is something inadequate? Because if we say like the mode of production in the U.S. right now is inadequate to the realities. We would just be repeating what you just said, Marx says. But and yet, this people have been saying that for a very long time, and or is it changing? I don't know.
Good. You've thrown a lot at me. So let me try and disaggregate some of it, okay? Because my first issue that I was putting on the table, which is slightly different than what you raised, but I'd like to come back to what you raised. The first issue is epistemological. The contradiction, which points to the possibility of a different future, means that the possibility of a different future becomes the standpoint of criticizing what is, which is different than looking to the past. You historicize with reference to what could be on the basis of, and this is very abstract, if we were going through volume 1, page by page, I'd be able to show this much more clearly. But the contradiction is no longer something between what is and what was. It's also not between the market, private property, and production, but it's within production itself. Now, first of all, that means that is the condition of possibility of Marx's own theory. It's not because of the French Revolution. That's A. B, however, what are the social implications of this? Value, Marx's category, which we will go through, is based on the expenditure of human labor time. According to Marx, what he's going to try to do is, using his theory of value, explain the dynamism of capital. He's not trying to explain we're sitting around the table and each of us has a potato or a wrench or a widget in our pocket and what determines the ratios of that. He really is not doing that. He's using the category of value to explain the dynamism of capitalism. That's A. B, he's going to try to show that exactly what drives that dynamism opens up a contradiction. C, the implications of that are that you could have an organization of society that is not based on value. Now, if you could have an organization of society that's not based on value, that means it's not based on which group? The working class. But if value is retained at the heart of the system, what is retained? The working class, but under different conditions. So what you would expect is a decline of the working class. This is very different than the Communist Manifesto. And the decline of the working class is not automatic. But more and more production will be effected by what Marx calls the science and technology. That's Marx, writing in the 1850s. It becomes more and more dependent on science and technology and less dependent on immediate labor, which means that more and more labor becomes emptied of content. And the size of the working class begins to shrink. And I think that one could argue that that has a great deal of relevance for what's happened in the last 40 years. If any of you have been following any of this. Yeah, and it hasn't been since 2008. And people suddenly began writing about it, with the kind of right-wing populist appeal of Trump or Le Pen or the AfD in Germany or Hofer in Austria. At least in the United States, wages flatlined beginning in the early 70s. I mean, this is 5 decades that a lot of people just didn't notice. And, of course, you have a much smaller working class. And what you don't have, in spite of the myth, is a shrinkage in American manufacturing. If you look at the figures for manufacturing as a proportion of GDP, it's as high today as it was in 1960. It's just you produce with far fewer people. So when they talk about bringing manufacturing back to the United States, if they do, it won't be manufacturing jobs. So this is the crisis, I think, that Marx is talking about. And it opens up a very different notion of what getting beyond capitalism means. Yeah.
So going back a little bit to when you talk about the fundamental contradiction that Marx identifies, it's if I have this correctly, it's that a society based on value, or value becomes less and less relevant or adequate in the society, but the society still bases its organization around value. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so then my question is, what exactly does Marx mean by inadequate, that value is becoming more and more inadequate? I'm not sure I quite understand what that means.
Well, it's not really fully worked out. I think it's a very rich idea, though. Basically, if I can put words in his mouth, and I'm not sure that in channeling him, I'm doing it correctly. Until really the mid-19th century, there is more or less a rough relation between material output and labor time input. You can divide that labor to really increase output, which is what Smith writes about. I mean, what's developed in early capitalism is the kind of division of labor called manufacturing, where Smith's famous example is you take a pin factory and you have one person pulling wire, another person cutting it. You break down the tasks into small tasks with the result that 10 people can produce, I think the figure he gives is 48,000 pins a day. This is impossible earlier, but you'll notice there are no machines involved. None. The machine is really breaking down human labor into component parts. It's once you do that it becomes possible to imagine a machine doing some of it. pulling a piece of wire, for example. So there, the amount of labor that goes in and the material output are still in some kind of relation to one another. The gap really begins when you begin, for Marx, using science in production. And he was actually he could see very far here. He was saying this means that over the long run, human labor time inputs are going to be less adequate. However, you're not going to get a simple linear transition to a post-industrial society because the society is based on value. So value is an attempt to explain both the dynamism and why there isn't just a linear progression to a post-industrial society. That's the function of what the category is trying to do, I would suggest. It's not to explain why does this box of cereal cost more than that box of cereal. Yeah.
Can this fundamental contradiction be retranslated as that between use value and exchange value?
Yes, but we're not there yet. Yes, but not the way most people think of it, as use value being sort of the qualitative that's been covered over by a veneer of value, and let's just remove the veneer, and it's not that at all. Science and technology, productivity is the use value side of production for Marx. So use value isn't just the object. Yes, it's the double character of the commodity. That's why it's important at the beginning. I think we've gone enough to then start volume 1. This has taken longer than I had hoped. How do you feel about this so far? Is it okay? I mean, I've thrown a lot at you, but I really want you to see Marx with very different eyes than the way Marxism sees him. Okay? Next week, I will review all of volume 1, I hope, and a good chunk of volume 2. Yeah, because volume 3 won't make any sense if we don't do volumes 1 and 2. I should just add, as a side point, for some of you, some of the real criticisms of Marx formulated by people who were very important in the development of marginal utility theory, an Austrian called Böhm-Bawerk, presupposed that volume 3 was written years after volume 1, and Marx never published volume 3. Volumes 2 and 3 were put together by Engels on the basis of manuscripts. And so the idea was that Marx started in volume 1 with the value theory, and by the time he came to volume 3, he ran up against a real problem, the relationship of price and value, and that was it. He ran up against the wall. He got no further. Except that Marx wrote the manuscript for volume 3 before he wrote the manuscript that became volume 1. So the idea that he was writing volume 1 and everything was good, and then suddenly in volume 3, boom, he hits a wall. He may have, but it's not the way they said. Right? What we read as volume 1 already presupposes the manuscripts that became volume 2 and 3. It's important to know. Okay? I will see all of you, I hope, next Thursday.
We'd like to thank you for listening and invite you to listen to Moishe's other lectures and engagements. What follows is a lecture given by Moishe Postone on January 12, 2017 in his Capital Seminar at the University of Chicago. This lecture covers early Marx and the beginning of Volume 1.
Okay, we've got a lot to talk about. and or at least I've got a lot to talk about, and you may have a lot to respond to in terms of what I'm talking about. In going through Volume 1, I want to try to show the significance of the composition, because the structure of the argument is part of the argument. And in order to really understand the structure of the argument, since this is intensely immanent, which is why I think arguably many, probably most interpreters have taken as an affirmative statement by Marx what's actually critical. And in a sense, you get a Marx who is the opposite of Marx. And that's really I would argue, at the heart of Marxism, which, as I mentioned last week, is essentially the interpretation of Marx as presented by Engels. And Engels, in a sense, undoes, of course not knowingly, undoes a great deal of what Marx was arguing. And the discovery of the manuscripts, beginning in the early 30s, when the economic philosophical manuscripts, the German ideology, the theses on Feuerbach were discovered, through the Grundrisse, fundamentally, or allowed for a fundamental change in understanding what Marx was up to. In a sense, more orthodox Marxists tried to wall this off by arguing that there is a sharp break, for example, if you read Althusser, between the early humanist Marx and the older scientific Marx. I think there are changes and there is development, but the break posited by somebody like Althusser actually I don't think holds up. So I'm going to refresh your minds, as it were, about some of the things we already talked about last week, but I think I'm going to review them briefly to try to give you categories that hopefully will occur to you as we're going through Capital. Of course, one of the differences between doing Volume 1 of Capital and Volumes 2 and 3 is Volume 1 of Capital is the only one that was actually edited by Marx, who actually put it together. Engels sutured together manuscripts for Volumes 2 and 3. So the structure of the argument in 2 and 3 is not nearly as tight as the argument in Volume 1. The central category that we talked about with reference to the economic and philosophical manuscripts, which are very, very early, and he's sort of just trying things out. The fundamental category, as I'm sure most of you know, is alienation. And as I mentioned last time, alienation for Marx is not a subjectivist category. It's not how you feel with regard to your work or your parents or the institution in which you work. But rather, it's an attempt to delineate a form of domination that is constituted by people themselves. That is, rather than domination being simply that an upper class dominates subaltern classes, that this is, for Marx, a different form of domination specific to capitalist society that is constituted by people themselves and ends up dominating them. This is very different than, let's say, I don't know, the conquest of a people by the Mongols, who sit as a ruling class over the others. He gives a name to this form of domination. He calls it capital. However, there is no elaboration of what he means by the term capital in that manuscript. But its significance is indicated sort of indirectly in the manuscript. There is a polemic against Proudhon, the major French socialist thinker, probably the best-known socialist thinker in Europe in the 1840s, who wrote a book called Property is Theft. And Marx argues that the fundamental basis of domination in capitalism is not private ownership of the means of production. Private ownership of the means of production, according to Marx in the manuscripts, and this remains kind of elusive, is an expression of something which for Marx is logically prior, is more fundamental, and that thing that's more fundamental is what he calls alienation. And I'll try to show how he begins to really address this in Volume 1 of Capital. But he does this kind of thought experiment, which I think, given the history of much Marxism, is very interesting, when he says that he refers to Proudhon's notion of the equality of wages. The equality of wages depends, the idea of the equality of wages is not, as I said last time, that all workers get the same wage. It's much more radical than that. It's that all property is abolished and everyone in society gets the same wage. A doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, a manager, an industrial worker. They all get the same wage. Radical egalitarianism. And Marx says that the result of this would be that society becomes the abstract capitalist. So you can do away with private property and not do away with what Marx regards as being capital. It's just capital under different auspices. And he goes on to really fundamentally criticize this idea. The 1840s, which is when he was writing, is a little like the 1960s hoped it would be. That is, there's a great deal of ferment, cultural, social, experimental, political, and it all comes to a head in the 1848 revolutions, which occur across Europe. When I said with the 60s, because that revolution never happened. But be that as it may, you have also utopian socialists who experiment with communal forms of life. And for some of them, at the heart of their critique of bourgeois society is a critique of marriage. Marriage being a situation where the woman is the private property of her husband. And Marx points out, or he claims, that their notion of emancipation is that a woman no longer is the private property of a man, but women become the property of the men. And in a sense, what he's saying is to generalize a situation isn't necessarily to change it. So to generalize his analogy, to generalize the object status of a woman to all women is hardly emancipatory. To generalize the situation of the wage laborer to everyone in society is not emancipatory. So one of the things we're going to be looking for is the idea of alienation. What does self-generated domination mean? Yes?
Could you elaborate on the claim that it's logically prior to?
It means not
historically prior to?
It's not historically prior to.
Okay.
One of the things in the construction of the book Capital that Marx argues is that there are forms of capital that predate capitalism. There's merchant capital long before there's capitalism. Once capitalism develops fully blown, these prior forms become subordinate moments of a larger whole, so that if you want to understand merchant capital in modern capitalism, you can't just trace its historical antecedents, is the argument. So logically prior means that it is at the heart of the fully developed system rather than its historical antecedent. And this is important for understanding the way in which the book Capital, Volume 1, is constructed. Okay, so one thing we've got to look for is a new form of domination that he's calling alienation. And it's constituted by labor. That's what alienated labor is. Alienated labor is a activity on the part of people that constitutes a form of domination. Okay? So just as a side point, if you want to use a certain language that became popular in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, is that Marx has a theory of the constitution of structure by practices whereby the structure then molds the practices. There's a dialectic of practice and structure, which is very different than structuralism. Okay. The next manuscript of importance for our purposes is the German ideology, where people read it as a history which is totally incorrect. It's a theory of knowledge, and it's the first formulation of a social theory of knowledge. It emerges in the context of a debate, really, that Marx is having with a group of young radical philosophers of a circle that he had been a part of, and this is sort of his break with them, the young Hegelians, who argue that consciousness determines social being. And therefore, if you want fundamental change, you change people's consciousness, first and foremost. And Marx argues, no. Social being is rooted, consciousness is rooted in social being. And he does a kind of a bird's eye sketch of a variety of societies, and this is what a lot of people took to be a history, which it's not. He says tribal society, ancient Greek society, feudal society, people think differently. But once you have a theory that says the way people think is rooted, is molded by their social and historical context, then it's not enough for him to say the young Hegelians are wrong. He sort of opens up a program for himself, which is part of the book Capital, that if he says they've got it backwards, if the young Hegelians have got it upside down, if they think that consciousness is determinant of society rather than vice versa, then their form of thought also has to be rendered plausible with reference to their context. It's not enough to say that they're wrong. If you're consistent with the social theory of knowledge, your theory about society has to render plausible why it is that they could think the way they do. Okay? You're frowning.
Can you say it one more time? The last thing you said.
Well, look, you should. If there's something you're not getting, interrupt. This is a class. This isn't a tape. Okay? I shouldn't have to, because there are more than 7 of you, I shouldn't have to look around and read your faces and try to figure out who's getting it, who isn't getting it, who's turned out, tuned out. I shouldn't have to do that. What I just said was that if thought is, in a sense, the way any cultural anthropologist would deal with a tribal society, if thought is rooted in the nature of the society in which that thought is taking place, this is also Durkheim's point, although he has a different epistemology, then the theory itself is a form of thought of that society. So if I, Marx, say they've got it backwards, I have to be able to explain what are the social conditions for them getting it backwards. By the same token, Marx has to be able to explain how a fundamental critique is possible. That is, he has to be able to explain the conditions of possibility of his own thought. It can't be that everybody else's thought, especially that of the young Hegelians, is rooted in social context, and Marx is this high-flying eagle above all society. That can't be. It also implies, and he'll try to work that out later, theoretically it implies there's no such thing as a theory that is transhistorically valid. Okay?
So then, this claim that's offered by many orthodox Marxists, especially in the 20th century, about this idea that Marxism can explain all of history, that's something that Marx would disagree with?
There's a nice German word, it's called Jein, which is Ja und Nein, yes and no. What he says in the Grundrisse is that he uses this metaphor. He says, the anatomy of humans gives a key to the anatomy of apes. Meaning that the development from ape to human can't be read off of the ape's anatomy in a teleological fashion. It can only be understood retrospectively. There are categories, and let me get to this in a second when we talk about the Grundrisse. And if I don't, interrupt me, okay? I'm going to get to the Grundrisse really quickly. It's just that I mentioned, I believe, that in the German ideology, Marx takes a first step, and it's really a kind of a half-crude first step at answering this problem. The first is that the division of labor into mental and manual labor allows thought to think of itself as independent. And the second is, and he's going to become much more precise later on. The second is that if there are positions, people, who are critical of the existing society, in whatever way they're critical, that's an indication that society is not a unitary whole, but has what he calls contradictions. It's the contradiction that allows for the distance from the dominant form. Right? In other words, to say that society, that thought is socially grounded does not mean that it's unitary. Yeah, you just raised your hand.
Yeah, I just was wondering if you could repeat
louder
briefly. I was wondering if you could please repeat what you said right before what you just said. Sorry. About how you can tell that society is not unitary. What's the
No, he said if there is social criticism of society, and you want to say that thought is socially motivated, then you have to say that that society is not a unitary whole.
Okay, thank you.
So the idea of contradiction has an epistemological dimension. It's not simply, capitalism is going to have the big crash. Okay. Now I'll come to the Grundrisse. In the brief section, yes.
Before we move on, I just want to make sure that I got this right. You said that labor allows thought to think itself, or think of itself as independent of his
this is his first attempt, is the division of labor into mental and manual labor allows those who are engaged in mental labor, like the priesthood, to think of their thought as independent of context, because their mode of life does not involve them directly being responsible for their own material reproduction. He's going to become more sophisticated than that. That's why I say it's a first stab. Just one brief thing. The one early piece of writing that people did read was the Communist Manifesto, which is a revolutionary pamphlet, 1848, just on the eve of the Europe-wide revolutions. And there, it looks like private property is at the heart of things, but without getting into the debate. And that's what most people read. But what is important there is the idea that a transformational politics requires an understanding of historical development. Now, he modifies his notion of the historical development later on. But this idea that an adequate politics, if it's going to be fundamentally transformational, has to involve an adequate understanding of a historical pattern, that remains. The question is what constitutes the historical pattern, and what is its logic, and why do you even have a historical pattern? But leaving that aside for a moment, just for a moment. So that it isn't sufficient to point to people who are oppressed. That's insufficient. It doesn't mean that they're not oppressed. This isn't a calculus. Who is the most oppressed in society? And the most oppressed, the last will become first. It depends who the last are. One of the things that they argue already in the mid-19th century is that the peasantry are not going to transform society in a way that's adequate to the tendencies of industrial capitalism. On the contrary, the suffering of the peasantry is something that is going to continue, and the peasantry is going to diminish. That the historical development is oriented against the peasantry. So this isn't simply you dismiss the peasants, but you're arguing, and this is close to the center of what Marx, but also Engels, would argue, that transformational politics that looks at social groupings has to see how the fate of the social grouping, in a sense, is intertwined with historical development. The example that, and this doesn't have to be a simple developmentalist theory at all. So you can't just say, well, that's teleological. It isn't necessarily. And one of the things I mentioned last time was that there's a kind of a sociological reductionism looking at the Soviet Union and China and noting correctly that in spite of the rhetoric of being proletarian revolutions, that the overwhelmingly large mass of people who really arose in those revolutionary situations were peasants, both in Russia and in China. And, someone like Gramsci talked about the October Revolution in what became the Soviet Union as the revolution against Das Kapital, because it broke the mold of what was expected. Now, if what you're looking at is who is going to move, Gramsci is right. If, however, you look at historically what happened subsequent to the revolution, and a lot of people don't pay much attention to this, strangely enough, is that as far as the mass of peasants were concerned, what they wanted was a society of independent peasantry. They wanted to do away with large landlord classes. But the result of the revolution was anything but a peasant republic. And the peasantry were expropriated in a much shorter and telescoped form than the expropriation of the peasantry in Europe in the course of the development of capitalism. So what you got was a parallel constitution of capital rather than something beyond capital, arguably. So to look at just who is oppressed and who is moving doesn't necessarily give you a handle on what the consequences are going to be. You never know what the consequences are going to be, but there are times when you know what they're not going to be, which in itself is very useful. We'll be talking about the issue of history again, going through Volume 1 of Capital. So then we went to the Grundrisse, which was essentially written 10 years after the Communist Manifesto. As I mentioned to you, after the failure of the revolutions in 1848, Marx had returned to Germany. He had been exiled earlier. He went to Paris, where he wrote the manuscripts. He's then exiled to Belgium. The revolutions begin in the various German states. He returns to Germany. He's editor of a radical newspaper, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. The revolution is crushed. He goes into exile, like many European radicals and revolutionaries. He goes to London. Because, as I mentioned, whatever the British were doing everywhere in the world, which wasn't necessarily pretty, it remained a fairly liberal society. So that was the one place where radicals had asylum. So they're all fighting with one another in London. The anarchists, the communists, they're all in London fighting. Marx spends 10 years, I think every day, in the British Museum, which is the world's largest library. Spends 10 years doing research every day. And he comes up with the Grundrisse, which is, in a sense, the first manuscript sketch. It's a 900-page sketch of Capital. And we looked at, or I talked about looking at, several really key areas of the Grundrisse. One is a section that he calls a method of political economy, where he worries about what is the appropriate point of departure for an analysis. The reason why this is an issue is, to come back to something that I mentioned 10 minutes ago, is the issue of historical specificity. What he does after the first couple pages in that section, he says, maybe we begin historically. After all, money antedated capital. He then goes on to say, some form of monies antedate capital, but money as money is characteristic of capital. What he means is that money is a universal equivalent. Money as a universal equivalent presupposes that, with small exceptions, anything is exchangeable. Butter, guns, clothes, baskets, anything is exchangeable. And I mentioned to you, which he talks about later, but not here, that for Marx, the condition, the historical condition for money becoming a universal equivalent is the rise of the working class. Which for a lot of people sounds counterintuitive, because you associate money with merchants and banking, which of course also antedate capital. But what characterizes the working class, among other things, is that the working class does not produce the means of its own reproduction. That you have a large, I mean, there have always been some people who don't, but here you have a large group of people who don't make in any way their shelter, their clothing, their food, but exchange for it. The universalization of the wage form, which of course doesn't happen overnight, is at the same time the creation of money as a universal equivalent. So he says money as money only exists in capitalism. Then he goes on to say, and I think this is surprising, and this will get us back to this question of teleology, labor as labor only exists in capitalism. That is, that there is a universal category that covers a range of human activities that previously had been seen really as ontologically distinct activities are now all subspecies of something called labor. Now, 2 points. One is that from the standpoint of the present, looking at the past, you can regard different activities as labor. But only if you're aware of the fact that you're reading back a modern category. That for the actors at the time, they didn't think of it as labor. These are different activities. And the different activities are divided according to gender, very much according to rank, whether that rank takes the form of caste or not. I mean, there are certain activities that just mark you as being an outlier. For example, for whatever reason I don't really understand, is tanning. In many societies, if you're a tanner, you are the lowest of the low. Some tanner is someone who makes leather out of hide. I'm not sure why, but it's true in a lot of societies that tanning is really very low, but it not only is a low activity, is the way we would think of it today, but the people who engage in that activity are low. So therefore, that activity, tanning, can't be seen as just a variant of something else that, let's say, making bows is just a variant of. Some people make leather, other people make bows. It doesn't work that way. So what Marx is saying is that labor, as general labor, is a category of capitalism. Yeah.
And is that also related to his assertion? I'm not sure if it's in this text specifically, where he says that after capitalism has been abolished, the worker will then be able to do different activities without being classified as, for example, a fisherman or a painter.
That's a German ideology. Okay. Here he goes further than that. And I think the 15-year historical difference makes a difference, and I'll talk about that in a second. Yes?
Yes, in Capital 1, Marx defines labor as a creation of use value, and that will be a transhistorical category, because in any society, people need to transform nature into something useful, right? But how can you distinguish that concept of labor from the one that is specific to capitalism?
I hope I'll get to that today. It's a good question, but I think what he would do is say there's a transhistorical element of what we call labor. But it is not simply labor then as we regard labor now. This will become very important in his critique of Adam Smith, for example. Because one of the things that he does in Capital that I think many people miss is there's a critique of Enlightenment thought, including especially Adam Smith, that tries to render that thought plausible. It's not a critique from a romantic point of view. But it's a good question, I'll get to it. But here, what's interesting epistemologically is that he says money and labor are valid in their abstract universal form only in capitalism. However, because they are abstract and universal, they appear to be independent of the capitalist context. So his first step of a critique of Smith is that Smith projects a form which is valid for capitalist society onto all human society. You know, someone exchanging in a tribal society arrowheads, I believe it is, for venison. Yeah, that kind of exchange, first of all, empirically doesn't exist anywhere in any tribal society. No tribal society is constructed that way. But for Smith, he's taking abstract general concepts like labor, like money, and he reads them all the way back. Now, what Marx is trying to do is render plausible that Smith would think this way. There's something about the way in which the forms, and we'll talk about this much more in Volume 1, in which the forms appear, the manifestation of the forms, that renders this abstract, decontextualized thought plausible. There's nothing necessarily European about it. Europeans of the 14th century did not think that way. Right, so the very common category that's become common of Eurocentrism really has no epistemological value. The real question is, how could someone, a very serious thinker like Adam Smith, think this? And what Marx is saying is that the peculiarity of capitalism is that what is contextual in capitalism appears decontextual.
Going back a minute, could you say more about what is it about the working class that makes possible money as money? Because it seems like you could think of earlier examples of large groups of people that need to buy things and don't produce the means of existence.
Like small groups of people.
What about primitive militaries?
How are primitive militaries, how are they, the word funded is a little wrong, but supported?
Well, I think often by coinage of money, right?
No, that comes very late, for example, in the Roman Empire. Extremely late. What they get is land, or they get the produce. I mean, when these armies would invade, they're locusts, basically. They're locusts. They're a plague for the people in whose area they move, because they are taking as much of the produce as they can to support themselves. The development of coinage is actually really important. It happens in the very late Roman Empire. Then certainly in the West it disappears. And you have the feudal system. The feudal system itself is an expression of the absence of coinage. And I think it's significant that there is this kind of tacit or de facto alliance already in the 17th century between the urban merchants and the king, both of whom are hostile to the feudal nobility. And the tacit alliance is that a king like, especially Louis XIV, can field gigantic armies because he is paying them with money. And that's when you break with feudal armies. I don't mean Louis XIV specifically, but the rise of what we call absolute monarchy. The condition for absolute monarchy moving away from feudalism is the spread of coinage. Nevertheless, these are all transitional forms. Money only fully becomes money, according to Marx, when all conditions of life are bought and sold. This isn't just the army. The army is one place, it's true. It also allows for a modern bureaucracy in the sense that, what was historically the problem with bureaucracies? You certainly had bureaucracies. Ancient Mesopotamia, China, Rome. What's the problem with bureaucracies?
You need a lot of surplus grain and labor to be able to support these people that don't work, that don't labor.
Sure, that's one problem. But there's another problem. Why in classical empires do you have so many eunuchs?
So they cannot mate with anybody who would produce children that are illegitimate.
Why is that a problem?
If you want to pass on property or power over lineage, then you have to have the correct people doing it.
So the danger for bureaucracy, forget about the illegitimate. The danger for bureaucracy is that the bureaucrat will turn their office into a patrimony. That's the danger. And then you're going to get a bureaucracy that doesn't function very well. So the easiest way to do it was to have eunuchs. China, go to the Oriental Institute and see the Assyrian friezes. You'll notice there are groups of men with these, stylized, very long curly beards. And then you'll notice there are other groups of men who are completely clean-shaven and a little plumpish. Those are the eunuchs. I could say something controversial about why celibacy became important in the West and not in the Eastern Church. The only bureaucracy left in the West after the fall of Rome was the Church. It's the same problem. Once you have money, you can separate office from person. Of course, there's always a lot that happens under the table, and we call that now corruption. But earlier, to turn an office into patrimony was not corruption. This was the way of the world. Okay, I forget what led us down this path. Money, universal money. So yes, these things begin to come together, but for Marx, they only really penetrate civil society when you've got a working class. A large group of people who are living completely from money. And of course, even that comes into being. It doesn't happen overnight. You have generations of workers early on who still have one foot in the village. Right? So this is a long process. But his point epistemologically is that what is characteristic of capitalist forms is that they are universal. However, that universality, as I said, is historically specific. This raises an issue. I want to come back to the beginning of that section. If everything is historically specific, if all the categories are historically specific, that argument cannot be contravened by the form of presentation itself. In other words, if you are moving within this kind of conceptual realm, what you can't do is start with first principles that are valid at all times and all places. So how do you write a critique that is historically specific and yet rigorous? And that's the problem of the point of departure. The point of departure has to be historically specific. It can't be a first principle. It can't be Cartesian. How are we doing?
Can you elaborate what I mean? It can't be Cartesian in terms of relevance to...
Well, for Descartes, your point of departure is something which cannot be doubted. So you've got to have certitude at the very beginning that can't be doubted, and it's like a foundation. And on that foundation, you can then build higher and higher stories by establishing this sort of firm foundation. With the kind of theory that Marx is trying to elaborate, you can't do that. Because then you would have a foundation that you claim is transhistorically valid. So how do you do a theory that you're not beginning with transhistorically valid categories? This is very important for the way you've got to read Capital, the book Capital, and the category of labor in Capital. Okay, so that's part of what he does in these sections. And there are these paradoxes that what is historically specific appears to be transhistorical. What is contextual appears decontextual.
So is that then why he starts with the commodity? Because it's clearly historically specific, and that's a way that he can ground his analysis of Capital?
Yes, with one exception, clearly. Generations of people reading Marx have taken it as transhistorical. And Engels, among others, but he was really the godfather of Marxism, because, as I mentioned last time, Kautsky is reading Engels. Lenin is reading Kautsky and Engels. Now, when they finally begin to put together Marx in the 20s, with the first edition of the Mega, the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, the Marx-Engels complete works, the guy who is editing it, Ryazanov, is then killed by Stalin. So it didn't get that far. They did get the manuscripts out, but they read it as the first three sections of Volume 1 of Capital are commodity, money, capital. That's the way it's organized. And they read it as a historical account. So commodity is taken, it's like Adam Smith. Commodity is taken to be transhistorical. Money is taken to be transhistorical. It comes out of simple barter. Once you've got money, you move on to capital and exploitation. This was the story. This I'm pointing to my notes, which isn't the this. The Grundrisse demolishes that. Yeah.
Can any theoretical significance be attributed to the fact that the Grundrisse starts with money and doesn't start with the commodity, doesn't start with value? Or is that just a contingency of this?
No, it's not a contingency. The Grundrisse is a working manuscript. The very last page of the Grundrisse, which I photocopied and I didn't bring, is he starts from the beginning. And he says in the very last page, this is the new beginning. Commodity. That's the last page of the Grundrisse. So the Grundrisse itself is a working through. Right? You're perfectly right. He begins by thinking of money, and in the course of writing it, he comes to the conclusion that commodity is a more fundamental category. Now, let me extrapolate just for a minute, because this will be the key, I think, a key to reading Capital. If the beginning is historically specific, that means that you can't ground it on this foundation. You have to render it plausible. And the way you render it plausible is A, you begin to unfold what is in that category, which is why it's important to spend a lot of time on chapter 1. You unfold it, and A, the more you unfold successfully, the more you are saying that this is a good point of departure. So that the structure of Capital is such that the unfolding A purports to explain more and more features of modern capitalism, and B, once you get into the text, each subsequent chapter supports what came before it. It's a very complicated, reflexive mode of presentation. But it's very methodologically self-aware. It's not left-wing economics 101. Does that make sense?
Much.
Yeah.
Do you think that we have? I would like to unfold the question. I don't remember his name about the use value.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think that there is a problem because if Marx is written that we should depart from a historically specific category, isn't it a problem to depart from the idea of alienation, assuming that before the alienation we had a kind of a relation between subject and object that was like a unity, and we could suppose in the think about the presence of the use value in all of the another formations. Don't you think there is a problem between these two?
Let's see. Okay? Give me 10 minutes. Okay? And if when I've begun with chapter 1, I still haven't really addressed it, please indicate that I haven't addressed it. Okay? So there's the argument of historical specificity. There's also the further argument that there is a characteristic of these historically specific categories is they appear transhistorical. Okay? So that what is characteristic of capitalism is it appears, to use a very different vocabulary, unmarked. It doesn't appear to be specific. Right? So that you could go somewhere where in the 18th century or earlier where Europeans had never been, but you don't have statements saying, well, in their tribe they do it this way, in our tribe they do it a different way, because there isn't the idea of our tribe. But the reason for that is the generality of the forms themselves. You can call it a form of misrecognition, but unlike, let's say, Bourdieu, yes? I'd like, if there are conversations, I'd like them to be open.
Okay. If not.
I lost my train of thought, but I would appreciate that. I don't really want side conversations. If it's important enough, make it public. There's one other point that I want to talk about with the, I also presented a different section of the Grundrisse where Marx talks about the fundamental contradiction of capitalism. And the fundamental contradiction of capitalism that's outlined there is not private property and labor. The fundamental contradiction presented in the Grundrisse is what he calls the contradiction between value as the basis of society and the results of its own development. Now, what he has done here, which he will then continue with in Capital, is that value is constituted by human labor time. And he contrasts value to what he calls real wealth in that manuscript. And he says that as capitalism develops, it is generative of forces of production whose productive capacity is totally out of proportion to human labor time expenditure, to value. So value becomes increasingly anachronistic. So what he's saying very openly there is that value is a historically specific form of wealth. This again is in opposition to Smith and Ricardo. Every society has its own form of wealth. He says value becomes anachronistic, which means that a society beyond capitalism, should there be such a thing, is one that is not based on value production. On the other hand, he says, and I'll try to elaborate this, when we finally get to chapter 1, value remains at the heart of capital. So you have an increasing tension between the potential that's generated by capitalism itself, where what he calls real wealth, as opposed to value, no longer depends on human labor time expenditure, and value, which depends on human labor time expenditure. In other words, the development of enormously productive means of production, where he talks about general science and knowledge, that doesn't lead linearly to a post-capitalist society. Okay? However, please do notice, this entire section is written without a word about private property. Now, what is the name we give to value-creating labor? Or that Marx gives? I mean, he calls it living labor. Who is engaged in living labor? Yeah, the proletariat. If value becomes increasingly anachronistic, what does it say about the class? it becomes increasingly anachronistic. And yet, it doesn't simply disappear. It's retained. This is a very different picture than the one that people are familiar with, the Communist Manifesto, that seems to presuppose that the proletariat grows and grows and grows and grows, and that then you just get rid of the bourgeoisie. This is very different. So what we're going to be trying to look at is value as historically specific, labor as historically specific. Just what does it mean? Okay? The answer will come after another coffee.
Before we break, I just have another quick question. We talked a little bit about use value a little while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Is use value historically contextualized as well, necessarily?
Well, this is related to the question that was already raised. Yes. In the sense that when we say, well, in all society, things have uses, which is true. It is transhistorical. But it's not transhistorical as use value, in the same way that labor isn't transhistorical as labor. You have a whole range of objects that we would regard as having use value that aren't regarded as being in the same category. So it depends on whether we're looking retrospectively, in which case we can say that it's transhistorical, or we're looking in terms of the self-understanding. So the question is, isn't that the same case of labor? You looked, retrospectively, there are a lot of activities that are seen as ontologically different that we say is labor. And this is partially true. But why it's partially true, we'll wait for me getting more coffee. Okay? Okay, let's begin with volume 1. So after everything that we've talked about, the point of departure that he chooses is the commodity. So A, the commodity has to be historically specific. Right? We know that now. B, in terms of his method, it really has to contain the whole in nuce. Okay? The whole has to be contained already in the commodity, from which he's going to try to unfold everything. He's going to be arguing that the commodity form is at the heart of capital. Now, he begins from the very beginning saying the commodity. Now, first of all, we know, or we should know, this is not an analysis of commodities as they might exist outside of specific time and place. This is not a valid analysis of commodities, period. And this commodity is, I want to argue, I'm going to put the cart before the horse, is a form of social relation. Now, for Marx, the commodity has two dimensions. One dimension is its use value. And the use value of something is independent of the kind of use for which it's intended, or not even intended, that it's used. And regardless of whether the need that it's satisfying is material, physical, or, he says, and I don't have volume 1 in front of me, the imagination. It can all be use value. Use values exist in all societies. And then he goes on to say, use value constitutes the content of wealth regardless of its social form. And the sentence right after that, he says, and the social form of wealth in capitalism is, first he says exchange value, and then he says underneath exchange value is value. So a value is the form of wealth in capitalist society. Right? It's historically specific. And then he goes on to say, what constitutes value? What constitutes the commonality among objects? He says it can't be found in the objects themselves. There is no ontological commonality, but they all are the product of labor. And at this point, a careful reader should stumble on this. Because they all are the product of labor, he says, abstract human labor. It's labor devoid of all of its qualitative specificity. Now, don't we have a little bit of a problem? We started with the commodity, and this is supposed to be the social form at the heart of capitalism. He says it has a twofold nature. One is use value, and we'll see its significance in about 15 minutes. And use value is transhistorical, right? The other is value. As you say, is exchange value, which is only the phenomenal form of value. And you say, oh, good. Value is what makes the commodity historically specific, right? And then you go below value, and what do you have? Abstract human labor, right? So it's use value, that's transhistorical. If value is created by abstract human labor, what appears to be the case? Well, look, you're reading Capital, you're a very attentive reader, you know that the commodity is supposed to be historically specific to capitalism, you go down the chain of logic, here is use value, well that's according to Marx. That's transhistorical. So, the commodity has a transhistorical dimension. You go down the historically specific path, you get to value, which is the social form of wealth in capitalism. Underneath value is abstract human labor. So what do you have to conclude?
That abstract human labor is historically specific?
Yes. And almost nobody does. And almost nobody does, and therefore most people read Marx as if Marx, who worked on this draft for, a decade, didn't understand that page 2 contradicts page 1. He's just not a very systematic thinker. You're on safer ground to assume that someone like Marx or any major thinker doesn't completely contradict themselves from page 1 to page 2. You're better off trying to figure out what is going on. Let us infer from the logic that abstract human labor is historically specific. Okay? Then we've got to figure out, what does that mean? What does the category of abstract labor mean? Yes?
There is something historical in I don't know if in the abstract, but at least in the amount of time, because of productivity, we've changed technology, and the amount of labor to produce any object will change. That is not the same as to say that abstract human labor is not historical. Right?
Well, it turns out to be very close. And what I suggest is that for a moment, we put it on ice because he put it on ice in the chapter. He uses an interesting word in referring to abstract human labor. He calls it the substance of value. This will become important when we deal with the category of capital. In the English translation, this is muddied. Substance, content, stuff, material, you use the same English. In German, it's very different. And substance, as you may or may not know, is a philosophical category. And you're dealing with the issue of the relationship of, at least if you know anything about Descartes and Spinoza and Hegel, it's the relation of substance and subject. So it's significant that he uses the word substance here and not simply content. Okay? So our first puzzlement is that the commodity is historically specific, but if you analyze it, what you come up with is labor. Period. Without any characteristics, abstract labor. Okay. Let me move on and then come back to this. He then talks about the relationship. He talks about values created by socially necessary labor time, right? It's not a function of individual labor time. Right? It's socially necessary. And really what he says is that socially necessary labor time is a category of the homogeneous whole. It's not individual. You've got a society that he's characterizing as, on one level, homogeneous. On another level, not. Value is homogeneous. Use value is not. So the central category of capitalism, the central category of capitalism is that it is both homogeneous and non-homogeneous. It's that homogeneity that allows you, you'll excuse me, I hope, to do a little methodological ruminations. It's only because the central category of capitalism is homogeneous in one of its dimensions that you can unfold the whole from a single point of departure. In other words, if you're studying another society within this framework, you could not come up with something which is analogous to the commodity. because no other society is homogeneous the same way. I'll come back to this in a second, I hope. He then says that value is created by socially necessary labor time. And it's that temporal dimension which is fundamental to his analysis. Now that means that value has a peculiarity. He gives us an example that it's in one or two sentences. Near the beginning, he says that the introduction of the power loom into England probably doubled productivity. It doubled productivity, and those who remained bound to the old way of weaving got half an hour's value for their full hour's work. Okay? You read that, everybody just skips over it. I want you to notice the following. It would be I'll use the board just for a second, okay? Because this is going to be very important, and this goes far beyond. It says what is in the commodity, but it only becomes important once the category of capital is introduced. Let's say at time point T1, we're talking about weaving. Let's say you've got the average is 10 hours, 10 yards of cloth per hour. The value of that is X, okay? At time point T2, the power loom is introduced. Some people use it. They weave 20 yards of cloth in an hour. How much is that 20 yards of cloth worth? No, not at first. It's worth 2x because socially necessary labor time remains determined by the majority, which is 10 yards of cloth. Once, however, this becomes general, the 20 yards of cloth have a value of X. What would happen if you multiply productivity by a factor of 100? Once it became general, what would the value be? X. What does this little example indicate? Yeah.
Opportunity.
That's anachronistic.
Okay.
The problem with going straight to arbitrage is that you then don't get the dynamic of the whole. You'll notice several things are happening here. One is you have a incentive to increase productivity. However, once that increase in productivity becomes general, X is reconstituted, correct? So even if you're producing 100 times as much, in value terms, it remains the same. So the first thing the theory is going to try to argue is that value and material wealth are not the same thing, but this only becomes evident once this is only with capital, once productivity really begins to take enormous jumps. However, the output is not the real measure of wealth in capitalism according to Marx. The other thing is, when I said in time point T3 that X is reconstituted as kind of like the base level, what happens to people who do not use the power loom?
They can beat it out.
They go broke, or they're forced to buy a power loom, or they die. You have mass starvation in weavers in Europe in the 1840s. So this wasn't just a joke. Or they emigrate. You have huge waves of emigration from Europe. Now, to say that once it's 20 over 2x over x, people are compelled either to meet that new standard or to leave. Who's compelling them?
Value.
Yeah, but you'll notice I asked who is compelling them.
Society.
Value. Not society, that's too indeterminate. The capitalists are not, in the sense of, what's the difference in this case between feudal nobility and capitalists? With reference to this little movement.
The feudal nobility were never compelled to change the methods of production by
Right.
others.
Right. There's nobody compelling the feudal nobility. The feudal nobility are compelling the people beneath them to give them 20, 30, 40% of their time or their products. Here, the capitalists are, because this is a very abstract level, the capitalists are as subject to this compulsion as the workers are. This form of compulsion is abstract compulsion. It's abstract domination. Here you begin to get the working out of alienation. Right? You begin to get the working out of the idea that people constitute, let's call it a structure that compels them. And the primacy of the structure is also indicated by the fact that if an aristocrat goes broke, and there were societies in Europe that had lots and lots of poor aristocrats, Spain, Poland, very high proportion of aristocrats relative to other countries, and many who were poor. If you're poor, do you stop being an aristocrat? No. If you're poor, do you stop being a capitalist? Yes. It's a very different kind of category. So you're beginning to get, right at the very beginning of this book, is a notion of A, abstract domination, and B, and this is why I didn't respond positively to the idea of arbitrage. What you're beginning to get here isn't just a matter of how you can get wealth. It's, sorry, I stepped out. It's, why is capitalism historically dynamic in ways in which no other form of human social life has been? You can either just say, well, there's an evolutionary movement, people sort of, improve their productivity all the time, and finally it takes off. But that doesn't tell you anything about, so why didn't it take off like that in other places? The late Weber goes and looks at religions as a kind of a break on this kind of dynamic. Not Protestantism, but all other religions. But that kind of implicitly presupposes that if there weren't that break, there would be just this movement. Marx is arguing something different, as we will see. This is very historically specific. It is not because of any transhistorical development in productivity. As a matter of fact, productivity isn't really a value in most societies. Maybe being rich might be. For most people, it's getting along. And as others have pointed out, including the anthropologist Lévi-Strauss, that after the great changes of what is called the Neolithic Revolution, even though that took several thousand years, the invention of animal husbandry, of agriculture, of weaving, of metallurgy, etc., and the creation of surplus-producing societies, there isn't much in the way of technological change. There are changes. They don't necessarily build on one another. I mean, as an example of a discrete change that did make a difference in warfare, was one of the steppe peoples probably developed the stirrup for horses. The implications of developing the stirrup is that you could have heavily armed knights. Right? You need that for stability. But it's not that that change in military technology just kept on moving. You get another change and another change and another change. It didn't happen that way. It did have serious consequences, having knights. Just like, the what is it called? When you have a bow made of different materials. What word am I looking for?
Composite?
Yes. The Mongols had these amazing composite bows that could shoot arrows that went at least 40% further than conventional arrows. They decimated other armies. But it's not that, therefore, with this change in military technology, which had enormous implications, the Mongols are from the Danube to the Pacific, it's not that that then has ongoing change. What you're beginning to get here, with this kind of what I call treadmill, is the beginnings of an explanation of the dynamic of capital. It's not just a matter of how do you get wealth. It's why is it that capitalism is characterized by an ongoing dynamic that in the Communist Manifesto is described, but it's not explained at all. It's just described as, this constant revolutionizing of the means of production. In the Communist Manifesto, you have this temporal expansion. Things get faster and faster, more and more productive. And you have a spatial expansion, right? It goes in both dimensions. Value theory, as is indicated with this little example, is ultimately about the dynamic of capital. We're going to specify that more. But that's really at the heart of it. It's not simply that Marx will show exploitation exists. It's not overt. That's not the point. The existence of exploitation in itself does not generate a dynamic. Okay? So he goes on to say that these two, what you have here is an interaction of the two dimensions of the commodity. It's not simply the commodity is produced for a profit, and that doesn't necessarily meet the needs of people, the use values. That's usually where the analysis stops, whereas it should be the beginning. In this example, you double the amount of cloth woven. What have you done for use in terms of the use value dimension of the commodities?
You've doubled it.
You've doubled it. But in terms of the value, it's reconstituted. Socially, this is going way ahead of ourselves. Who creates value?
Abstract labor.
Abstract labor. What group of people?
The proletariat.
The proletariat. Here you have the structural reconstitution of value as a form of life. This is only, of course, the first path. So socially, what's being reconstituted?
The working class.
Yeah. So you have a situation where the use value dimension, which is productivity, doesn't linearly involve the shrinking of the working class, linearly. Labor-saving devices aren't labor-saving. Okay? So, although he doesn't talk about the dynamic in the first chapter, do you remember when I said the category has to have the whole in nuce? Here is the beginning of the dynamic that you get with relative surplus value in nuce. So labor is at one and the same time producing things, which is always a determinate form of labor. Here it's weaving. But labor as abstract is underlying that X. Now, the last section of the first chapter is called the fetishism of commodities. And most people think that Marx is simply ripping away the mask of hypocrisy. And it's not that at all. First of all, he gives us a hint what abstract labor is. He says that it is only when production is already that it is for a surplus rather than to satisfy your own need. You're not being individual. You can be and usually was, let's say, a peasant family. He says it's only then that labor acquires a twofold character. He says, on the one hand, labor is there to produce things for others, use values for others. On the other hand, he says, labor satisfies your manifold needs by exchange. Now, this a lot of people read over, but what is labor doing in that situation? When I said by exchange.
It's valorizing itself.
Yes, but now let's take a little distance. That's what I'm trying to do all the time here. In other societies, laboring activities produce things. How are they distributed?
Costumes, but it's not a costume. I don't know the word. Habits.
Is it just habit?
I don't know the word in English.
Through some other communal relations, not the market.
it's distributed according to a whole set of regulations and rules. Some are just naked force. I mean, the feudal nobility, they say we're going to make an exchange. You give me 50% of everything you produce and I'll protect you. Protect you from whom? Usually from me. It's like a protection racket. So you have force. Sometimes it's very ideological, like you have a religious obligation to give 10, 20, 30% of everything to the temple. Or internally, you have sort of, you say custom, but it's more than just custom, where things are distributed socially among members of a, let's call it a communal unit, right? And that doesn't mean they're just or whatever, but they are regulated socially, right? I think this is true in most cases that I know anything about, in a traditional extended peasant family. What is produced by the family is not distributed according to how many hours somebody put in, or anything like that. What is happening here is that labor is not only the means of production, but it is simultaneously the means of distribution. And labor acting in this way is not a characteristic of labor per se. It's a situation where labor has a function that labor doesn't have in other societies. It's a function that preempts that of overt social relations. Instead of things being distributed socially in an open way, it's labor itself acting as a kind of a quasi-automatic mediation. So labor becomes a mediating activity. If labor is a mediating activity, then value is not just stuff, it's the form of social mediation. So value is a form of social mediation that preempts other forms of mediation over time, and that way, in a sense, hollows out what a lot of people call tradition. We still have families. They don't have the same significance. Not that they're less important, but they're important in very different ways.
So when you're talking about mediation, what exactly is being mediated? Like between what and what?
People.
Okay.
In the fetish section, most people notice there's a sentence that says something along the lines of, you have the thingly mediation of social relations. And a lot of people take this as being simply a statement that things, real social relations, are being disguised by the fetish. And they forget that the second half, or one of the sentences says, things appear as they are. The thingly mediation of people and the social mediation of things. That is what they are. The social relations underlying capitalism are these quasi-objective relations. They don't disguise other social relations. They are those social relations. So it's not that the most fundamental category of capitalist society, the most fundamental social category is class. Class is constituted by these relations. Which means that abstract labor is a socially mediating activity. But if you take the commodity as an object and you look into it, what will you come up with? Labor. Not labor's function as a mediating activity. The mediation drops out. So it appears as the physiological expenditure of energy. So his discussion of abstract labor is the first example of the fetish. The fetish is that which is historically specific appears to be transhistorical, even ontological. The fetish isn't simply, there's a serious epistemological quality to all of this. It's not simply, some radical distortion. Now, the difference between, I think I mentioned the word misrecognition before the break, and I didn't really elaborate on it, but not too many people use that word, serious thinkers. But one was the French anthropologist, sociologist Pierre Bourdieu, who talks about misrecognition being necessary for social life. However, Bourdieu talks about the function of misrecognition, that it acts as a glue, but he doesn't explain the misrecognition. Whereas what Marx is trying to do is to try to indicate, with his notion of the fetish, why things appear the way they do, and therefore why someone like Adam Smith could think the way he does. So he's trying to explain, let's say in this example, Enlightenment thought itself, which goes very much against there's a wing of contemporary Marxist thought that, for example, radically distinguishes the Enlightenment, this is Ellen Woods, from capitalism. And someone like Vivek Chibber, who comes from that school, sort of maintains that. And the question is, so where does the Enlightenment come from? There's no idea that capital is really a much more encompassing theory of modernity than simply the economic sphere that shows exploitation. So to the degree to which one wants to talk about misrecognition in Marx, the misrecognition is that which is available by the way the underlying social forms appear. I know this is complicated, and this is a very different kind of approach. See, if you come to Marx by reading Smith and Ricardo, rather than Smith, Ricardo on the one hand and Hegel on the other, I don't think you know what Marx is about. In my opinion. Of course, there are historical reasons also for why Marx was read the way he was. And it's not just the Anglo-Saxon political economic tradition. Are there questions on this? Yeah.
Appreciate your interpretation about the labor is a mediation of people. But what's the comment on the reading capital by Balibar and Althusser? In this book, Reading Capital, they said only by Marx, only factual, no subject. The Marx offered a structure, production, capitalism, and without subject. But by your interpretation, I'm for your interpretation about the labor in the mediation of the people. So the subject also very important in the structure. So I'm not sure which is correct. The reading capital, the interpretation, no subject, like only structure, no subject by Marx. So I want to get the answer from you. I'm not sure whether...
I think it's complicated because I think that once you get to the category of capital, what you do get is a structure. I'm not sure, it's been a very long time, very long, since I, read Reading Capital. I'm not sure there is a notion of the constitution of the structure. I have problems with that kind of structuralism, that relies as much on Saussure as it does on Marx. So you have Lang and Parole, but the constitution of Lang is not explained. I would have to review this to satisfactorily answer. I think that Marx has a much better sense of the constitution of subjectivity, which isn't the same as the subject. When we get to capital, I will point out to you how surprising his analysis of capital is with reference to the question of subject. But it's a very important question. I want to hold off on that for a minute, okay? Because I'm trying to also give you a sense of how this unfolds. So at this point, I just want to know, because I've squeezed a great deal out of just the first chapter. It's also unfortunate that there was a school of orthodox Marxism that said, forget about the first few chapters. That's just Hegelian nonsense. Start with surplus value, which I think desperately misses the point. Yeah.
So you mentioned, when we started talking about the fetishism of commodities, you mentioned the peasant family and the way that, I'm not sure if you were getting at how fetishism existed in feudal society, or if fetishism existed. So what were you getting at as far as describing the peasant family?
What I was trying to say is that things are embedded in social relations. Whereas here, the social relations themselves are of a fundamentally different sort than in other societies. It's a kind of an abstract mediation that generates an abstract form of compulsion, and the whole nature of social changes. So that theories that look at social only in the concrete sense, not that they're wrong, but they're radically incomplete because they don't see really what's driving fundamental structural change.
So then in this case, under feudalism, things are embedded in social relations, and under capitalism, the things are the ones creating the social relation.
Because they're not things as things.
They're things as commodities.
And commodities are not things. Okay. They're things that are also the expressions of a social mediation. They're the phenomenal form of social mediation within this framework. Okay, so that, just one last sentence. A lot of people think that what you need is to move away from things being mediated, let's say by the market, and you have direct social relations. Well, it depends what they mean. Because some people say it means that Marx is against mediation and wants immediacy, And there's some people who think this is a good thing, and other people will argue this is the seedbed of totalitarianism. Marx, in my reading, is talking about forms of mediation, not mediation versus non-mediation. Things are always mediated. The question is the nature of the mediation. Are they directly social? Let me take labor. Labor is always mediated socially, but in capitalism, it's self-mediating, which is very peculiar. That's what the category of abstract labor is. So labor is both the productive activity we normally think of, and this will run all the way through the book Capital, and most people honestly don't get it, because it's both a social mediation and the producer of things. And that is at the heart of this Mickey Mouse little formula that I just drew. You just have to take something simple and say, what does it mean? What are its implications? Are we okay?
Well, just one more question then. So when you say that labor is self-mediating, that means it's mediating itself? In what sense do you mean that?
The distribution of labor, the structure of labor, the whole structure of capitalism is he's going to generate out of this fundamental category.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah.
This distinction between capitalism and the other form modes of production, I interpret it, or I make the conclusion that under capitalism it's harder to see the social relations of domination, but in the other societies where there is no this fetishism, it will be easier. So the oppressed people will have more consciousness of their situation. But if you look historically, I don't think it's the case.
No, because the question is, what is the nature of the consciousness? And with your permission, I mean, these are all very important questions. With your permission, could we wait until we get to the section of the struggle of the working day? Because there, the forms begin to explain the consciousness of the workers. Okay, and the kinds of demands that are made. That they don't come simply out of being oppressed, because as you, I think, correctly pointed out, you know, all of human societies that have an ongoing surplus, there's an oppressed group of people, a subaltern group of people. So the fact that it's evident doesn't necessarily mean that you overthrow it, also because it's evident from Marx's perspective, that is, from the perspective of modernity. But as I tried to indicate when I talked about temple tithes, it's not always evident. The question is, why do people then, I don't want to say the word believe, what frames their subjectivity? Because it's there. It's not that they see things clear because things are open. Things can be open and yet can be deeply embedded in a sense of the natural order of things. Then you would have to look a little more carefully at what constitutes the idea of the natural order of things and how is it different in different kinds of societies. You know, this is a task that, at least in a sketchy way, Durkheim tried in the elementary forms of religious life. But this kind of openness, one of the reasons why he uses the word fetishism, let me just seize on this for a second, is towards the end of that chapter, he says that bourgeois economists, and he means great economists, for them, as for almost all Enlightenment thought, There had been a history and there no longer is one. In the sense that people believed all sorts of things that then became deemed as, this is typical 18th century, superstition. And what Enlightenment thought has done is it scraped away the superstitious ornaments of the past, so things you can see what they are. And what they are really is natural man. Human being, the human individual. And when Marx uses the word fetish, and then other peoples, they accord power, divinity, significance to objects. You take a piece of wood and you put some nails in it, it's a fetish. By talking about the fetishism of commodities, what he's saying is that contemporary society also has its fetish, but it's a fetish of a very different sort. And it's a fetish that makes everything appear decontextual, natural in that sense. And he's saying there are social conditions for that. And the social conditions are the forms of mediation. So if I can jump to somebody else, Georg Lukács, the great Marxist philosopher, well, he sort of invented existentialism, and then he moved on to Marxism, to put it very crudely. He read the categories of Marx as the way I think Marx intended. They are simultaneously subjective and objective. They are, to use a different vocabulary, at one and the same time cultural and social. And they mold forms of thought. They aren't simply, it's not simply, ways of making a profit or ways of oppressing a working class. It's to try to explain what so many historians can point out without explaining is, certainly among wide swaths of the intellectual population, people in the 18th century think differently than in the 16th. People in the early 20th century think differently than the 18th. And it's not also a theory of base and superstructure. It's a theory of social form. And I could be wrong on this, the two thinkers who I associate most strongly with social form is Marx and Simmel. And then, for those of you who know social theory, and then Lukács, being sensitized by Simmel to the idea of social form, takes the categories as categories of social forms, long before the Grundrisse was published, even that he knew about, because there, as I mentioned last time, Marx refers to his categories as determinations of the mode of existence, of forms of Dasein, of being in the world. That's a category like commodity has to be read that way. It's not simply widgets. And how can I produce enough widgets to make a lot of money? That's not it. People have been making a lot of money for quite a while. Yeah.
This also might be a question better for a later lecture.
Well, let's find out.
Since you talked
I thought I would do the entire volume 1 today.
Since you speak of it,
I know it's still out.
On the part of Marx of Adam Smith, I wonder if you can tell us more about Marx's engagement, if at all, with Smith's idea of the impartial spectator, and whether that constitutes for him a form of mediation that is internalized.
it's not only the idea of the impartial spectator. Look, the idea of the impartial spectator, in a sense, is related to the idea of historical specificity. Smith thinks that his approach to the social world is valid outside of time and place. What changes is quantitative, right? Quantitative in the sense that, for Smith, there's the real story is the development of the division of labor. And there is a dialectical interaction between division of labor and exchange in Smith, which is valid going all the way back to tribal society and moving forward. One reason why Smith insists on a theory of value, even though, as he admits, value is not something that people usually deal with. You know, the difference between real and what's his other term for value? There's real value, and he doesn't call it phenomenal. At any rate, most people deal only with the phenomenal form. And he says that with real value, it's an index of the development of the division of labor. So you can see, you can compare either across time or across space the degree to which the division of labor has developed. But what Smith doesn't do is really explain the dynamic. And Marx points out, and he's correct, there are many societies with a highly developed division of labor with no exchange. So Smith's underlying presuppositions are those already of capitalism. Because in capitalism, there is a relation between division of labor and exchange. And Smith has projected it onto all of human society. What Marx is doing is he's not disparaging Smith. He's trying to explain how Smith could come up with this sort of evolutionary, quasi-scientific, objective view of all of human history. So Smith would be very much an exemplar of the kind of thought that Marx is trying to get at in the first chapter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think the question has more to do with, I'm trying to understand what a symptomatic methodology would look like. If, say, you have all these presuppositions on the part of Adam Smith, and then Smith goes on to then theorize about, say, subjectivity or impartialness, whatever it is, then what is it that a Marxian methodology could then do with regard to those things? And I think, would I be correct in understanding that your answer is that you can't think about those other things without returning to the presuppositions?
Okay. But nevertheless, it raises the question of how do you understand those presuppositions? And how do you understand a category, let's say like value, as historically specific? And it seems to me there are two ways. There might be three or four. One is you say, you know, it never was like this in other societies. So it's just empirically wrong. This notion of exchange and division of labor, I have been reading Jesuit ethnographies of the Iroquois of the 17th century, and they're pretty extensive. And I've come to the conclusion that, you know, the Iroquois lived completely differently than Smith thinks tribal society is organized. Or you could just say, as you know, someone like the social historian E.P. Thompson, that there was a sense of the right way of dealing with things like exchange. There was what he calls a moral economy, and people were offended by a newer form. So you in a sense, hark back to a past. You know, it wasn't always like this. I want to suggest that one of the differences between that and Marx, certainly the mature Marx, is that he relativizes the categories not only with reference to the past, but with reference to the future. So that, to come back, and I'm glad you raised this, the epistemological dimension, you remember near the beginning of class, I was talking about the Grundrisse, and I was talking about the way in which value becomes anachronistic. To say that value becomes anachronistic means that you're seeing a possible end of capitalism, not simply because a lot of people are oppressed. People have been oppressed forever. But rather you see structurally that capitalism itself has generated a possibility that goes beyond capitalism. So it's that allows you, I think, allows Marx to think of capitalism as historically specific, rather than just the highest stage of a continuum. That capitalism, that value not only has a beginning as a totally social category, but conceivably has an end. So that people used to talk, maybe they still do, about the standpoint of critique, the proletariat. Or what became popular in the 60s is the excluded, the marginalized. In a way, all of these are spatial. For Marx, the standpoint of critique, if you want to use that term, is temporal. It's a future which could be realized and is not being realized. So it's not identifying with anybody, the colonized, the oppressed. And the question is, how does that future then, how is it understood, if at all? What kinds of subjectivities are involved? We're going way ahead of ourselves, but I'm trying to address your question. Okay? I think that's it. It's not it, but temporality says it's it.